Welcome everyone to the 2022 Outlaw Series West. We are in Cedar City, Utah at a beautiful facility, Iron Mine Raceway. It is so good out here. As you can see, we're starting to get everybody lined up for racing today. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing. We can't wait to see all of these guys. We got dirt bikes today, we got quads today, we got the kids today, we got the pro racers, amateurs, everything across the board. So we are pumped to be able to have this fantastic facility to race on. Got some inclement weather yesterday, quite a bit of rain, like one of those crazy storms where we got some hail and a lot of rain, and it's actually watered the track pretty good. We did a little bit of running around on the track this morning. A little bit slushy, so some of these beginning motos are going to be a little bit muddy with some kids, but towards the end of the day, maybe, well, end of the racing day, like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, the track is going to be pretty well. So we can't wait to have you guys check out all your friends and family. It's going to be a good day of racing. Want to definitely thank everybody for all of their hard work putting this thing together. You can see the track. We got a couple bike guys out there already. The track is looking primo. They got a short course infield section right here that you see those bikes going around right now. Some split lanes, in fact, right there where those bikes are, inside, outside, as well as going out, I wouldn't say into the desert, but going out in more of a GP style. It's going to be really cool because it's a 2.5 mile, or excuse me, 2.1, 2.2 mile track, and that track is going to offer a lot. So today, we're going to get a running order for you in just a little bit here. With the motos turning out.
Just going like basically cinema the whole time. There's only two of you.
4 to 6 and 9 to 13.
Man, look at that beautiful scenery. That track is going to be so prime in just a little bit here. Love those kids going out right now. We're going to give you a running order. So today, we have a total of what looks like 13 motos. Your bikes are going to both go out on the track at the same time. Motorcycles 50cc, 7 to 8, 4 to 6 is going to be moto number 1. And moto number 2, number 3 is side-by-side 250 limited, 9 to 13 and 4 to 8.
Also amateur, 250 amateur.
Race number 4
250 amateur
is going to be all the motorcycles. So we got 125 expert, 250 expert,
so race 4 is
450
moto, we're
expert,
going to have
125 novice, 250 novice, 450 novice,
so that's race 4, you need to start making it, and 125 amateur, you need to start making your way over there. But race 3 is on the starting line now, so if you're in race 3, you definitely need to be there, because they're going to start very shortly.
Number 6, motorcycle vet, 60 plus. Motor 7 is a little bit faster motorcycles. Motorcycle 15 to 24 expert, 15 to 24 novice, 15 to 24 amateur. Number 8 is ATV open amateur. Number 9 is big dogs, the motorcycle pro class, 450. Number 10 is the side-by-side outlaw expert and the side-by-side outlaw amateurs. That's going to be a really good race to watch. Number 11, side-by-side pro stock. Definitely going to want to watch that one. Number 12, ATV pro, big dog, 4 wheels, and final moto of the day, number 13, the side-by-side pro outlaw class. All of those classes are really fun to watch. A lot of stuff that I'm looking forward to today is seeing the kids, watching some motocross. Wheels is all of our love, right?
System comes out and hits that spark. It's going to be really later in the day. It's wet right now, but
share with
track is very good, in great shape. Don't forget, guys, keep that bike. It's serving food, breakfast, breakfast burritos. Also behind Keith is also a food stand. I have to make my way over there. Not sure what they have for sale, but I'm sure it's similar enough.
Oh, wait, didn't hear anything I just said?
Your typical track food, but Keith and breakfast burritos. One of our food vendors.
Man, check out that beautiful view of the Iron Mine track out here in Cedar City, Utah. Right now we got the kids racing. Man, we got an awesome race order for you guys. Got a lot of two-wheel action today, too. So let's go through the running order. Race number 1, the 50cc 4 to 6 and 7 to 8 class. Race number 2 will be the side-by-side 250 limited 4 to 8 and 9 to 13. Race number 4 will be a lot of dirt bikes. 125 expert, 250 expert, 450 expert, 125 novice, 250 novice, 450 novice, 125 amateur, 250 amateur, and 450 amateur. So a lot of good riders are going to be in that class, want to prove themselves. Number 5 is the ATV 90cc production. So that's going to be a cool one with the kids. Number 6 is vet motorcycles, 60 plus. Number 7 is motorcycles 15 to 24 expert, novice, and amateur. So all 15 to 24. Race number 8 is ATV open amateur. Race number 9, the big dogs, the motorcycle pro class 450s. Race number 10 is side-by-side outlaw expert class and the side-by-side outlaw amateur class. Race number 11, the big dogs in the pro stock class of the side-by-sides. Race number 12, ATV Pro. Race number 13, the final moto of the day, is going to be the side-by-side pro outlaw class. So as you can see, the kids trying to avoid some of the puddles. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, we had some inclement weather yesterday. Just a freak storm passed through. Watered the track for us, man. It got a little bit muddy in some of this lower spots, like some of the puddles and things like that. But the track is going to shape up and be very, very good today. Mother Nature just blessed us with going to be some good dirt. Chocolate cake, as we always say. Got a whoop section right there. The motorcycle's going through there. The little kids going through their, let's see here. Carson George and Matt Maddox Petty out there. Good for us to be out west, man. Cedar City, Utah, as you can see, is a beautiful spot. We're going to have some new drivers that haven't gone to the Texas Outlaw Series yet, but it's going to be really cool to see everybody out here on the West Coast. A fantastic course, beautiful scenery, flying the American flag in the background. Super cool. So it looks like 2 laps are completed. Carson George and Maddox Petty rounding it out. So great job to Carson George.
You can take me home into your car, into your motorhome. You can actually get an tune in.
Next race we have up is going to be the side-by-sides, the kids in the side-by-sides. So we have the side-by-side 250 limited 4 to 8 and side-by-side 250 limited 9 to 13. One of the cool things about this race is if you look at the starting grid there, it's actually a grid, a bunch of squares. So they're going to be starting in different rows, side by side. The left side of your screen there on the inside is going to be the biggest advantage because of the way that the first turn is set up. But there's a lot of opportunity for these guys to make moves out there on the course as well. But pretty intense when you see all these side-by-sides line up and take off in their respective rows. Let's go through some of the guys that are in these classes, all your favorite drivers. In the side-by-side 250 limited 4 to 8, we got Colin Lee in his Polaris. Jamison Mandel out of Acton, California. We've seen Jamison racing a lot. He's in his Polaris, 7 years old. Number 52. Number 99, Luke Torres out of El Cajon, California. In his Polaris, 8 years old. Number 114, Corbin Grinolds out of Litchfield, Arizona. In his Polaris, 8 years old. His sponsors are, I hope I'm getting this right, Biasi Ranch, Davis Construction, NRC, STR Tuning, and Suspension, and DynoJet. Number 127, Aiden Coots out of Norco, California. Right down the street from me, actually. In his Polaris, he's 8 years old. He's sponsored by a bunch of people, man. Juggernaut Tactical, Hybrid Wraps, Concept Powder Coating, PCI Race Radios, Rhino Power, Slick Products, PEP Performance Tuning, and Desert Whips. Number 717, Grayson Lance out of Las Vegas, Nevada in his Polaris, 8 years old. His sponsors are Hannah Heavy Haul, Dirt Co., and Mom and Dad. Always have Mom and Dad listed as your sponsors. Number 999, Leo Torres out of El Cajon, California. Leo is the youngest driver in this class in his Polaris at 5 years old. 5 years old driving one of these Polaris 250 Limiteds around. It's pretty crazy, man. Cool to see, man. When he gets his driver's license, he's going to be a professional already. All right, let's go through the side-by-side 250 Limited 9 to 13. 20Y is Cash Martinez out of Pine Top, Arizona in his Polaris, 11 years old. Sponsors are GSP, Elkhorn Cabinets, Stellar Fabrication, and Maxxis Tires. Number 25, Jackson Mandel out of Acton, California. We've seen Jackson a lot in Texas as well. In his Polaris, 10 years old, he's sponsored by Walker Evans, GBC, Simpson, DWT, GSP, and Rugged Radios. Number 99, Nixon Nagel, Winchester, California. Again, right down the street from me, man. In his Polaris, 9 years old, Hydrotech Racing, GBC Tires, Car One, PEP Tuning, JMAR, Roll Design, and DS Customs. Number 104, Aiden Aguilar out of Corona, California, 12 years old. HOK9 is sponsor, GSP, and PCI Race Radios. Number 119, Cole Warner out of Prescott Valley, Arizona, 11 years old. Number 175, Connor Power out of Peoria, Arizona, 11 years old, sponsored by Goodall and AZ Dentworks. And rounding it out, number 212, Ella Warner out of Prescott Valley, Arizona, 12 years old. So, yeah, check it out. You guys can see the grids that we were talking about. You got those two different rows. Obviously, the smaller cars are lining up close to each other. But you got all the spots, man. It's pretty crazy. And you can see what a definite advantage they have on the inside of that corner, especially now with a little bit of that mud. But these short course, this short course portion of the track, super, super cool, especially for the kids, man. We just did a track walk. A lot of guys took out their side-by-sides, not race cars, and checked it out. Some of these jumps were, I don't know, 40 feet long. Man, going up those things in a 170 would be super cool, or in a small side-by-side would be super cool for some of those kids. Let's see here. 3 laps completed, and the 50cc 7 to 8. Carson George still running out front, and Maddox Petty following pretty close.
Talk to you? Talk? May talk to you?
All right, as we round out the MC 50cc 7 to 8 class and the, 4 to 6 class, I'll give myself another introduction just in case you guys didn't hear at the beginning. My name is Georgie Hamill, and we are at Cedar City, Utah. Iron Mine Raceway for the Outlaw Series West, presented by Can-Am and RedBull. Want to go through I'm going to go through and thank all of our sponsors real quick while these kids round out their motos. Of course, thank you to Can-Am and RedBull for being the main sponsors of the series. Maxxis Tires, those guys are always doing such a fantastic job. So big kudos to Maxxis. We just had some of the Maxxis guys on a separate show that was really cool yesterday, talking about getting sponsored. Linda Mood, S3 Power Sports, PPEI, Renegade Fuels, Liquimoly Lubricants, Double E Racing, Progressive Power Sports, Louisiana Auto Direct, Max Performance, Ultimax, Crown Construction, UTV Race Shop, Hess Motorsports, PCI Race Radios. The guys at PCI are out here supporting the series today. Shock Therapy, thank you very much to Justin and his team for bringing you this live feed, giving you this fantastic coverage of this beautiful scenery. Check out all your favorite racers. Thanks to the graphics guys for always being a part, helping out with all of the production stuff and all of the stickers and everything that we need to help run this series. Thanks to the guys at MRT, G3 Motorsports, Blake and all his guys for always being such an integral part of getting everything going. All right, we got the checkered flag now. Thanks to the guys over at Tixira Tech and Dinger Excavating as well. Next race on the line is side-by-side 250 limited 4-8 and side-by-side 250 limited 9-13. So this can be our first side-by-side race of the day. We got lots of two-wheel action going on today. We got some quads, and we also have some side-by-side racing. So there's a lot of good stuff for you guys to check out today. Have some fun. Root on all your favorite drivers, riders. The vibe in the pits is so high, man. We have perfect weather conditions today. It's going to be between 70 and I think 80, 85 degrees today at the high. It's going to be really, really nice. So these drivers are going to have a fantastic time. And like I mentioned before, with the inclement weather yesterday, it was like Mother Nature blessed us with a nice, perfectly watered track. Great shot of all of the action going down on staging with the American flag in the background. So thank you to all of the Outlaw TV Productions crew. Another thing we should mention as well, too, is as you watch all of these, your favorite riders and drivers, please share the live feed, too. Let people know that they can go watch it. Check out all their favorite drivers. We wish you guys were here at the track, but thank you guys very much for tuning in and hanging out with us.
Since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air System. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum.
All right, we are off with the 250 limited, side-by-side 250 limited 4-8 and 9-13. Drivers already hitting the track. Man, some of those jumps look pretty big for the kids. We'll get a running order for you coming in here in just a little bit. Hopefully these kids got some tear-offs, man. So this little hang on the left right here at the fork is basically taking these drivers out on the, I like to call it more of a GP or Grand Prix style course, where they kind of go off into the outskirts of the track. There's going to be a lot of passing opportunities out here on this area of the track. The track looks skinny, but if you set it up properly, you can make up a lot of time in those windy sections that you see back there where the drivers are headed now. We'll try to call all the action as much as possible for you today. When we see some of these numbers come by, we'll see if we can give some love to your favorite drivers. Oh, driver making a move, risking it, going through the puddle, but he made the move, got right in there. That was sweet, man. The track looks like it's pretty well or evenly matched for all of these drivers. I think line choice is going to be the main thing for these first few motos here. We got a split lane coming up here as well. All of these drivers opted for the outside except for that last driver coming on the inside, making a pass as well. All right, so let's give you a running order here. We have both out on track. Both motos is side-by-side 250 limited 4 to 8 and 9 to 13. So in the 4 to 8 class, we have Jamison Mandel out front, Aiden Coots in second, Corbin Grinold, Luke Torres, and Grayson Lance, Colin Lee, and Leo Torres. In the 9 to 13 class, we have Jackson Mandel, his brother. We got Ella Warner, Nixon Nagel, and Cole Warner, and Connor Power.
We have one participant for race 5.
Whoa, some of these guys getting wild coming through these whoops. Those 3 little whoops upset your car going in that right-hander for the final portion of the short course track. Pushing it. Oh, big sender right into the puddle. So it looks like one of the Mandel boys just getting out there and throwing down. It's so cool to see the kids, man. All these kids are so young, but they put the pedal to the metal. I mean, look at these battles on track. Keeping it so tight. Oh, man, pushing it as far as he can go. Oh, coming on the inside and making the move. Great job. We can't see your number go because it was too muddy. Pushing it through the puddles. Oh. Had to pull off course. Maybe Dad told him to come over. Hopefully Dad didn't tell him to come over because he didn't want to have to wash the car, man, because those track conditions look pretty awesome. And just think in a few years, these kids will already be coming up to the 1,000cc class or 570 class and really having some speed. Yeah, these kids are pushing it. I think that was Cole Warner there. Yeah, number 119. Look at there, Cole Warner taking the inside line. That option route is pretty cool. Except for you got a big old puddle there, Cole. Mom and Dad are going to make Cole help out washing the car this time, that's for sure. Man, he's got some pretty good speed coming around here. So earlier today, when we were cruising the pits, we talked with one of the pro drivers, Casey Sims. And Casey said that these tracks are really favorable to people that like flow. So the word flow in air quotes, because you can really get a good momentum and good drive coming off a lot of these corners, flow through it just like you would, you know, in motocross or something like that, and really start moving the car around. When you have that flow, that means that you can save up quite a bit of time or keep stacking chips, as I say. So you're cutting off half a second here, quarter of a second there, and all of a sudden you have a really, really slow lap time, or excuse me, fast lap time towards the end. So I think flow is going to be, and consistency as well, is going to be two really crucial points that we can pay attention to for the rest of the day in moto, as well as the ATV classes and the side-by-sides. Both of those drivers opting for the outside line, splashed in the puddles. Let's go through the running order again. We have, in the 4 to 8 class, we have Jamison Mandel out front, Aiden Coots second, Corbin Grinolds third, Luke Torres, Grayson Lance, Colin Lee, and Leo Torres. In the 9 to 13 class, man, looks like Jackson Mandel fell back a little bit. I hope his car is okay and he's still going to make it out for the next moto. But we have Cole Warner out front. Cole has some really good lines earlier as well. Nixon Nagel out in second, Connor Power in third. Man, these drivers are battling it out. What this gets numbers on there, 127. So we got Aiden Coots and looks like Jamison Mandel probably fighting for the lead there. And Connor Power in third, Jackson Mandel in fourth, and Ella Warner rounding out the top 5. So it looks like we got a battle for the lead in the 4 to 8 class. So Jamison Mandel's got all of the pressure from Aiden Coots. And these cars are so evenly matched. Yeah, Josh in production just mentioned, look at the difference in how clean the two cars are. So Dad must have sprayed some SC1 or some WD-40 or something on the on Aiden's car, because none of the mud's sticking to it. But Aiden looks like he dropped back a little bit. Hopefully he doesn't have any car issues and he can keep it going. Also, thank you to the guys over at Injector Dynamics, Paul Yaw and his team, Robert Stout, Ken Stout, all the good guys over there, Chris and everybody working for that team. It's cool to see them. They actually brought a Pro R, Polaris Razor Pro R, for the Pro class. They had mentioned a couple different things. We're going to try to see if we can get Paul in here today to talk about it as well. Robert Stout, his driver, is a Lucas Oil off-road racing champion in the side-by-side class. He also was leading in Stadium Super Trucks, the Robbie Gordon series. Fantastic driver. Also does Mazda, I think it's MX-5 Cup. We can ask Paul and see what he says. But interesting to get Paul's take on a Polaris Pro R short course car that he's just built. Kind of get an inside scoop on the, I don't know, development or future of off-road and short course racing with, 4 cylinders, and how Brian Atkinson has the series set up so that you can actually enter a car like that. It's pretty awesome to see. So we'll get some of the technical stuff. So that car, the Pro R, qualifies for the Outlaw Pro class in the side-by-side. And I know those guys are doing a lot of development. Whenever you have a new car like that, it takes a while to get all the bugs worked out of it. But I'm really, really interested to see how it starts doing and how they improve that thing. We know with all of those accolades that we just mentioned that those guys are the people to do it as well. So we are 2 laps in for the side-by-side 250, limited 4 to 8 and 9 to 13. We have Jamison Mandel out front, Aiden Coots in second. Man, as you get these drivers, it's just like a dodging puddle fest. But look at how good that dirt is going into that berm, man. Both of the drivers really carrying a lot of good momentum.
What we should do is probably pair both drones to that controller. Covering.
Man, look how even the battle is. Kids taking it pretty easy through that real big puddle, but still opting for the inside line. And so with the drone shots, it does look like the kids are, I don't know, the drone shot's moving with the vehicle, so it looks like they're going a little slower than they actually are, but you can see the speed that they have right when they enter the corners. I mean, like, look at that. The cars are getting sideways. These kids are really pushing it. What a great battle. There we go. Looks like driver's making a move on the split lane, taking the inside. That inside lane looks pretty good.
So there's a camera near the starting gate. If you can just take that camera and find a good hill and just go on top of that hill and just like get the whole other cross section. And then after like, yeah, just tripod. Just getting a quick battery swap here, and we will be back in the skies shortly. We got one more lap to go in the 250 class, and limited 4 to 8. Be back shortly.
All right, we are just finishing up race 3 with the 250 side-by-side 250 limited 4 to 8 and 9 to 13. Coming across the finish line, Jamison Mandel comes home with the win. Aiden Coots, Luke Torres, Corbin Grinolds, Grayson Lance, Colin Lee, and Leo Torres. Cole Warner ended up pulling it off, man. Good job, Cole Warner, in the 9 to 13 class. Nixon Nagel, Connor Power, Jackson Mandel. Man, I wonder what happened to Jackson. And then Ella Warner. Great job to all those drivers. That must have been a fun race, man. That track is shaping up. Got to see a couple kids on the podium. Do you have the podium shot or no?
What's that?
Do you have a
But they're only doing podiums for pros this time.
There you can see the podium shot down there to your bottom left of your screen, right underneath the scoreboard. Thank you to Maxxis for coming out and supporting. I already saw those guys changing a whole bunch of tires down there, supporting all of the racers out here, side-by-sides, dirt bikes, quads, everything. Maxxis guys got it all. All right, so we have race number 4 coming up. Race number 4 has the most entries of the day. It's going to be an awesome race to see. We'll go through the whole running order, man. We got 2 sheets here of this. So let's go through it. 250 expert, Colby Lobb, out of Duck Creek Village, Utah, on the Kawasaki, 16 years old, sponsored by Mom and Dad, and occasionally Uncle Vinny with the laughing emoji. Well, Uncle Vinny, thanks for your support on Colby Lobb's program. 450 expert, Dakota Bender, out of Winchester, California, Yamaha, 20 years old. Simi Valley Cycles, Yamaha, O'Neill, Dubach Racing, Monster Army, 100% goggles, Garnet boots, Enzo Racing, Arma, and Mobius. Number 715, Chance McBroom out of Peoria, Arizona, Yamaha, 26 years old, out of Estancia Pool Care. In the 125 expert class, we have number 532, James Balkan out of St. George, just down the street. 20 years old on his Yamaha, Fast Company, Flex Handlebars, Citus Extreme, and Valley Designs. In the 450 novice class, we have 4 riders. Number 92, Skylar Bullock out of Cedar City, Utah. So right down the street, man. 19 years old on his Kawasaki. Number 279, Brant George. He's also from Utah. Kawasaki, 33 years old. Number 722, the 7 Deuce Deuce, Jaden Settles. Pahrump, Nevada, on his Honda, 24 years old, and his sponsor is himself. Good job, Jaden. Keeping it going for your dreams, man. Number 778, Bryant Curtin out of Washington, Utah. I didn't even know there was a city called Washington, Utah. He's on the Yamaha, 23 years old, sponsored by Fine Line Suspension, Fast Company, and Spy Optics. 125 novice class, number 24, CJ Barber out of Washington, Utah, KTM, 14 years old. 250 novice, number 99, Talon McCurdy out of Cedar City, Utah, a Honda, 18 years old, Titan Security and Thrill Seekers. Number 427, Kyle Coliz out of Cedar City, Utah, on Honda, 15 years old, Citus Extreme, Team Aggie Creations, and Drink Hydro Power. 250 amateur class, number 4, Ridge Jensen at Parowan, Utah. Honda, 15 years old, Jens Electric. Number 44, Colton Dernez, Fruta, Colorado, on a Husqvarna, 20 years old. Number 58, Blake Gustin, yeah, out of Claiborne, Texas. Go Blake, on a Kawasaki, 26 years old. G3 Motorsports, Butter Supply, and Graphics Guys Outlaw Series, and Sharp Moto. Blake's exchanging his usual 4-wheel ride for a 2-wheel ride, so have some fun out there, Blake. Number 70, Gavin Stanton at Hurricane, Utah, just down the road from here. Yamaha, 15 years old. Number 77, Trey Owen, Peoria, Arizona, Kawasaki, 23 years old. Number 123, Owen Meyer at Cedar City, Utah, on a Honda, 13 years old. The 250 amateur class, man, we got a lot of riders out there. Number 133, Gavin Dugan out of Las Vegas, Nevada, on a Honda, 15 years old. Number 140, Michael Coleman out of Cedar City, Utah, on a Kawasaki, 21 years old. NLab, Precision Concepts, Fasco, Engine Ice, Maxima, Dunlop, Alpine Stars, Havoc, Acherbys, Twin Air, and Hydro Power. Number 154. Oh, I think we already did this one. Well, Blake Guston, you're entered in 2 classes, 250 amateur as well. Let's see here. Dallas, Texas on a Honda, 26 years old. Number 629. Or excuse me, number 423, Carter Kenner out of Duck Creek, Utah, Kawasaki, 20 years old. Number 629, Trevin Wade out of Cedar City, Utah, KTM, 22 years old. Twin Air, TNT Family Racing. 450 amateur, number 114, Connor Marushek out of Henderson, Nevada, 20 years old on KTM. Number 123, Owen Meyer out of Cedar City, Utah, on his Honda, 13 years old. Number 142, Chad Goodrich out of Cathedral City, California, KTM, 46 years old. 181, Strider Tidwell out of Washington, Utah, 19 years old. Number 213, Coleman Barnum, Henderson, Nevada, on his Kawasaki, 28 years old. Number 217, Sean Spencer out of Henderson, Nevada, on his Honda. Number 25, Dirt Rider Designs is his sponsor. Number 421, Carson Jennings out of Washington, Utah. Man, there's a lot of guys out of Washington, Utah. On his Kawasaki, 20 years old. Number 421, Matthew Jennings. Man, they must be related. They're both from Washington, Utah, 20 years old. Let's see here. Wonder if they're twins. 603, Alex Ortiz, Moapa, Nevada. Kawasaki, 24 years old. 661, Chase Curtis out of Cedar City, Utah. Number 22 years old, Dual A Construction. Andrea and Alexis, mom. All right, and they're off. We'll finish the race order. 816, Chase Lobb, Duck Creek, Utah. We already mentioned KTM, 18 years old. 949, Justin Settles, Eli, Nevada, on a Honda, 28 years old. And 125 amateur, number 27, Corey Williams out of Austin, Texas, on a KTM, 41 years old. Graphics Guys, TJ Cycles, and Motorcycle Parts Limited. Man, look at all those guys taking off. This is going to be a fantastic race. Lots of riders out on track taking off at the same time. Look at all these guys all in the same corner at once. This track looks super fun on 2 wheels. As the guys get ready to head out into the back section of the course, the GP section, as I like to call it, you can see the train off in the distance as well. Super cool for the racers to have such adverse or diverse conditions. Being able to watch a train and have all of this fantastic landscape behind you. Pretty cool, man. Not that they're focused on that. Wonder what these guys chose as, if they chose tear-offs or roll-offs or what kind of goggle setup they have with some of these puddles. You can see a lot of these guys trying to move around, dive to the inside or outside. Oh, that first guy went straight through it, man. Straight to the outside of the berm. The thing that's nice about these dirt bikes, though, is you can weight them and unweight them. Lift them up and move around a lot more than you can on a side-by-side. Look at that fantastic shot. You couldn't ask for a better picture with the train in the background. Yeah. Christina Caverton Clark, yep. Great view, fantastic view with all these riders out on course and seeing the landscape in the background. All right, let's thank some of our sponsors as well as they go through in the bottom right corner of your screen. Thanks to the guys at Hess Motorsports. Shock Therapy for bringing you this live feed. UTV Race Shop. Man, look at all those. G3 Motorsports. Tons of riders on course, all in the same area. Progressive Power Sports. Linnemood. S3 Power Sports. Demon Power Sports. UnitedRV.com. So we have not enough room on our actual scoreboard over here to fit all these riders, but you can see all the guys there, your favorite riders. It's going to be a little difficult to be able to pick out their numbers since they're going through some of these adverse conditions. But thank you very much to all the people in the timing and scoring for being able to get us all this information with so many riders on course. Oh, and as two riders stall going into that water. It's the worst place to stall, man. There must be some slippery stuff coming into that corner. And then all these riders are coming down this long back straightaway, coming back down towards the track, the short course track. I don't know about you guys, but this really makes me want to ride two wheels. Looks super fun. Some of the best days riding are always just battling with your buddies on perfect dirt.
Please go to registration, please. David May, we're looking for you at registration. On your way up, flash on the bright lights. You just saw a nice smile down.
So many people on the track are scoring.
Also, the snack bar. Not a phone.
Again, thank you to Live Timing and Scoring for getting up to all this information. Some of these spots may have changed if it's within just a few seconds, but they're doing a great job keeping all that up for us so you can see where your favorite riders are, if they're moving up, if they have any issues. And what a cool shot seeing those guys do that double. Oh, one rider cases it, the other guy goes right over it. Got to get some speed coming out of that corner and knock that thing out. Feel free to join us in the comments as well on Facebook and YouTube, and let us know what you guys think. Let us know how we can improve the show for you. Tell us who your favorite rider is. Cheer on your favorite rider, because those comments will stay, and you can be there for life. Support mechanisms. It's always cool to see, though. A lot of these riders and drivers are new to us as well, since this is the first round of the Outlaw Series West out here at Iron Mine in Cedar City, Utah. So give us some more information if you have any information as well. Who your riders are, maybe some background information so we can talk about them on the broadcast. There you go, man. Look at these different option lines. The track's already shaping up and it still has a couple puddles on it. So towards the end of the day, this track is going to be awesome. But yeah, please comment in. Let us know who your favorite riders and drivers are. Give us some more background on them. That helps us immensely. And it also helps give a little bit more love to all your guys' favorite people out on course. Man, these dudes are battling. You don't want to be the second or third guy in that line getting splashed. One and two riders go down. Three riders go down. No, just two. Yeah, three riders. Difficult to see the other riders when you have that tree in the way. Looks like most of those guys are still coming to the inside because they don't want to hit that puddle on the outside. Oh, just going straight over the berm. Sounds like we got a two-stroke out there too. Sweet. All right, so we'll go through the running order for you real quick. Looks like first, Jaden Settles. Second, Sean Spencer. Third, Skylar Bullock. Fourth, Brian Kirch. Fifth, Jim Turner. Sixth, Wesley Petty. Now we're going to Colby Lobb in first. Let's see, Gavin Stanton, another class in first. Gavin Dugan, second. Colton Derniz, third. Michael Coleman, fourth. Blake Guston running in the top 5. Good job, Blake. Trey Owen, sixth. Owen Meyer, seventh. Trevin Wade, eighth. Ridge Jans, ninth. A couple other classes. Eamon Pulsifer running first. CJ Barber running second. Dakota Bender running first as well. Chance McBroom just behind Dakota Bender. There's some pretty tight battling out on course. Got the two-stroke guy battling out there too. Thank you again to the guys at Shock Therapy for bringing us this live feed. Look at how fantastic those views look. Can only imagine what it's like to be out on course racing like these guys. We did a site preview lap earlier in the day. Such a cool facility. The weather is perfect out here. Mother Nature blessed us with some water yesterday. Great views from those drone shots. See the landscape, you can see the lines changing, track opening up. That long back straightaway, they come back on the short course track. Those guys get a lot of speed before some of those big jumps.
Looks like Pittsburgh just finished.
Looks like the guys are coming across the finish line. We're going to get you a running order in just a second here. Yeah, man. Those guys aren't giving anything up. Final lap. Tight section. These tight sections really offer a lot of passing. There he goes, trying to get to the inside. Got to tiptoe around that water, man. Last lap for most of these guys. Got to finish strong. Man, see, look at all those different lines. And then you got the split lane right here coming up. Both those riders choosing to do basically completely opposite on everything. But they do say, if you follow, you can't pass. So kudos to that guy. I wish I could see his number, but, man, he's doing an awesome job picking every line that the other rider's not in. As I say that, he goes in the same line. But, yeah, that's pretty amazing to be able to do that and keep up the same speed. Going to the outside, keeping up his momentum. Oh, slid a little bit. He's pushing it, man, trying to get him for the finish, though.
See if you can make a difference in the motocross track. That's where it's separated.
Oh, and he goes down, gives up the position. We were talking about it earlier when we were doing track walk about pressuring people. It's exactly what he did, man. Pressure got to him. All right, these riders are all going to come through for their final lap. And we are going to get race number 5 coming up here in just a second, which is ATV 90cc production. Super cool to see the high motorcycle turnout. Enough that we can't fit all the riders on our scoreboard, man. It's crazy. Thanks to the guys at Injector Dynamics, Liquid Moly, Texera Tech, Demon Power Sports, all for supporting the Outlaw Series West, Crown Construction. We couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you very much. And to all you guys at home, we really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Please share this, the broadcast. Let us know about your favorite riders and drivers as the final guys come across the finish line.
What? Yeah, there was some jumping. That's good. I jumped to you when there's a crossing.
And also, throughout the day, as we watch all these racers come across the finish line, throughout the day, we're going to have people coming into the booth and hanging out with us, talking a little bit about their race programs, getting a little bit more behind the scenes as well. I think that's going to be cool because it's also going to be another perspective that we can understand how awesome this facility and track is. Battle right down to the finish line.
Thought of flying. Chris. Yeah, you gotta cancel it. Manually do it. Oh no. He's not walking his bike to the finish.
Uh-oh. He's going to get the Never Give Up award, man. Walking his bike to the finish line.
Oh, the kid is got it. Yeah, the guy.
All right, is he still pushing his bike? I'm going to give him, he's standing right outside our booth. I'm going to give him a little bit of motivation. Dude, you're almost there. Such a rad, never give up attitude. He's going to push it all the way across the finish line. Man, going through the dirt like that on those little inclines, that's a hard thing to do. So kudos to that rider for doing it. He's almost there, man. That reminds me of Ryan Hughes back in the day when he pushed his bike across the track, up across the finish line. That was a two-stroke, it looks like, as well. He's almost there, man.
Yeah, the start. To the left. Yeah, take it in.
Great job to all those riders. So let's see here. We'll run down the order. Jaden Settles, the 7 Deuce Deuce, comes home with a win. Sean Spencer, Skylar Bullock round out the top 3. Let's see here. Colby Lobb, looks like he might have been the only one in class, comes home with a win. Gavin Dugan, also coming home with the win. Blake Gusson, man, moved up from 5th to 2nd. Good job, Blake. Gavin Stanton ran out the top 3. Let's see here. Eamon Pulsifer comes home with the win, number 15A. CJ Barber comes home with 2nd. Dakota Bender also coming home with the win, and Chance McBroom.
That's good. Thank you so much.
Good job to all those riders.
I need a camera just to be stationary on the. All right, go to commercial.
All right, we're going to head to a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Guston with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year supporting our equipment.
All right, welcome back. Man, this looks like he's having so much fun.
Depends what race is next.
He's got chocolate cake all to himself.
So these will all go together. So yeah, we'll do 7. We'll put the camera out there. Yeah, here you go.
Some good practice.
So in like 1 lap,
Oh man, he almost doubled through there.
in 1 lap you come in, take this. There. Yeah. So like let him go for like 2 laps. This is gonna do a little bit. So like 600. This is our one. So we turn this on. Just like I'm busy, just stare and see if camera 2 comes on.
Man, he gets to set up and do all of this stuff with no interruptions. Oh, he blew that corner out just to hit the rut. How much fun would this be?
Make sure it comes on. If I don't see it here, then I don't have it. I'm gonna go talk to the other guy, see if he goes around the camera, and then I'll tell him the same thing. Show live.
All right, we're going to let our racer come around for his final portion of the first lap, man, he is cruising, and we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
Since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air System. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Check. What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
right, welcome back to the 2022 Outlaw Series West, presented by Can-Am and Red Bull. Man, the races out here at Iron Miner do just such a cool track to get over here and such good battling. So today in the booth, we have one of our racers, Travis Lee. What's up, dude? How are you?
Nothing much, cruising around here, looking at the track, seeing how the track is shaping up.
It looks like it's shaping up pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, the dirt's looking good, especially after it rained and hailed yesterday, only in Cedar City.
All right, so give us a little bit of a background on, you've been racing side-by-sides for a long time.
Yeah.
And now you're racing in the 1000 expert class, is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay, so when's your moto today?
So I don't race today. I race tomorrow and expert Outlaw experts today.
Oh, perfect.
Me and my dad were debating between either expert or pro stock, but we don't want to do that yet just because of works. But hopefully next year.
Dang, dude, that'll be pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to start watching some of the guys on motorcycles take off here in just a little bit. It's race number 7, and that is the 15 to 24 expert, 15 to 24 novice, and 15 to 24 amateur. We got some pretty good dudes in here. Dude, you like moto too, right?
Yeah, I'm really into moto.
Have you watched any of these guys racing yet?
I watched a few of my buddies. My buddy Kyle was out there ripping. I think he was like race 4, doing pretty good.
Yeah, dude, like it just looks like so much fun racing in these on the dirt bikes on this badass track. So you drove a little bit yesterday in your side-by-side. So give us a little bit of a breakdown on what you thought about the course, because you have short course.
Yeah.
You have kind of like a GP style where you're going back. I don't know if you want to call it the desert, but you're going back on like a kind of like a single track with split lanes and stuff.
Yeah.
And then now you have the rain.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday the track it was really fun, really slidey, a little dusty. But all in all, the track was actually really good. I liked it a lot. I liked how the dirt was, how everything shaped up.
Did it flow really well? Because it looks like it flows good.
Yeah, it flows really well. I mean, there's a lot of rollers before turns. You can kind of tap the brakes and set it up, and the car will just drift over that and set you up perfectly for the next turn.
And it looks like these guys with the motorcycles have a lot of line options, too. So let's go through. We're going to just talk, give some love to all of these racers. In the 15-24 expert class, we got number 115, Colby Lobb, out of Duck Creek Village, Utah, on a Kawasaki, 16 years old, sponsored by Mom and Dad, which you know about, Travis.
Yeah.
Mom, Dad, and occasional Uncle Vinny. You got an Uncle Vinny? You got an uncle that helps out sometimes?
I got an uncle that comes to a few races, my Uncle Danny.
Nice, there you go.
Comes out and supports sometimes.
Uncle Danny and Uncle Vinny. So let's see here. In the 15-24 novice class, we got number 710, Colby McBroom from Arizona, and then Yamaha 23 years old. Distancia Pool Care, number 778. Bryant Curtin out of Washington, Utah, on his Yamaha, 23 years old. Fine Line Suspension, Fast Company, Spy Optics. And then in the 15 to 24 amateur, sounds like we got a 2-stroke out there.
Yeah.
We got Ridge Gents at Paraway, Utah, on a Honda, 15 years old, Gents Electric. Gavin Stanton at Hurricane, Utah, Yamaha, 15 years old. Number 77, Trey Owen, Peoria, Arizona, on a Kawasaki, 23 years old. Number 133, Gavin Dugan out of Las Vegas, Nevada, on a Honda, 15 years old. Number 140, Michael Coleman out of Cedar City, Utah, on a Kawasaki, 21 years old. He's got the most sponsors out of all these guys. NLab, Precision Concepts, Fastco, Engine Ice, Maxima, Dunlop, Alpine Stars, Havoc, Acherbys, Twin Air, and Hydropower. Man, so a lot of these guys actually raced earlier in the day. You think they're going to be tired?
I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of these guys definitely train for endurance and stuff for races like this, but I think maybe a few here and there that are just coming out here for fun. But other than that,
Would you like to ride a dirt bike here? I feel like it'd be pretty sick.
I've always wanted to, in the beginning of my racing career, I wanted to race dirt bikes. My dad's just seen so many bad things happen. I mean, he watched that race whenever that thing happened with Jesse Nelson live.
Yeah.
So he's seen so many fatal crashes and seen so much bad stuff happen that he just won me in a cage with a 6-point harness, and here we are 8 years later, ripping it up.
But you're tearing it up, man, and you have some pretty cool stuff happening. But this weekend is what you're going to focus on right now, right?
Yeah.
So what are the goals for this weekend? Since it's a new track, it's in a new state. I don't think you've ever been here either, have you?
We raced here once. At this track, we raced here once about 4 years ago in the 170, and I remember literally I think it was in this corner right in front of the trailer, broke a Heim
on
the swing arm, and the whole swing arm went sideways and couldn't finish.
Oh,
but
we just saw a rider outside the trailer view just go over the bars, man. And then you can see these riders on course just battling it out, man.
yeah.
And the track's pretty high speed.
No, yeah, track's super high speed into tight corners. I mean, that's where you got to be careful. You don't realize with these built motors in the cars how fast you're coming into a corner until you get there, and then you're like, oh.
So these guys on the dirt bikes are probably going a little bit faster than you guys in the side-by-sides. But what car are you racing this weekend, and how fast do you think you're roughly going on some of the faster parts of the track?
So I'm racing my Polaris Razor RS1 this weekend. It's got a benchmark motor in it, all tuned up by them.
Nice.
But I think I was averaging probably 40 miles an hour through the track, 50 miles an hour, somewhere
That's
in that
pretty
range.
good. Do you have data that you can check on that stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
We have all the data through DynoJet and all that stuff. Chris comes over, plugs in.
Dude, that's
we can
super
track,
cool.
Like throttle position, where I was braking, everything.
That's cool because then you can go back and be like, okay, I could do better in this part of the track.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys on dirt bikes can't do the same thing. But what's some of the best parts about this track? I mean, other than the amazing views that you have around here in Utah.
I think the best part is probably most of the jumps because they're not too lippy, but not too mellow. They're like kind of in that happy medium, and then cornering, definitely just the way that the ruts shape up and everything and all these
So it
corners.
gives a lot of line choices?
Yeah. In our cars, there's not so much a lot of line choices. I mean, there's 2, 3 here and there, but it's definitely track doesn't get too rutted, but it gets just rutted enough to where your tire won't grab and you'll go flipping.
Yeah, and I always told everybody, like, for me, when I race side-by-sides or even dirt bikes, like, the rougher the course, the better, because it separates the men from the boys, right? So, like, towards the end of the day, when the track actually gets, some maturity to it or whatever you want to call it, it's going to actually become really fun when you get out there and have your race. Do you have a lot of competition here this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we got, I think so far 6 people in the class and still people joining. So we were thinking on registering in Outlaw Expert today just for a little bit more seat time, but we're going to get the car ready for tomorrow. I mean, we race twice anyways. And just go and let her eat, I guess.
Yeah, that's cool, man. And a lot of your guys' friends actually come out here and race with you too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, cool. So we got the new roster all set up here. We'll go through the running order in a little bit, see if it updates. Man, one of the things that I think is best about this place is that the weather is really good. So it's going to really provide opportunities for you guys to have good racing because you'll be fully focused.
Yeah.
You won't be too hot in the car. Like your vehicles will operate better. It's a really good facility to lend itself to good racing, clean racing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely. I mean, there's a few lakes around the track, you could say, but other than that, our cars will eat that up. And I think it monsooned yesterday a good amount. And I think that'll make the track perfect for today and tomorrow once the UTVs get out there.
I definitely agree with that. I think it's basically, in my mind, it's basically chocolate cake, right? Because it's going to be so good.
Yeah.
What have you guys been up to, man, lately?
Just kind of
getting ready for these types of races?
Yeah, getting ready, going out and doing some stuff in our Pro R, teaming up with Chase Mankin next year in the Desert Series, getting a car built right now, getting a Pro R built.
Dang, so you guys are doing, okay. Well, that's actually a really good lead-in. I'm glad you mentioned that because we actually have, we're going to be talking with one of our buddies. His name's Paul Yaw, who also brought a Pro R, but he brought it to this race. With Robert Stout as the driver. So we're going to talk with him a little bit in just a second here and talk. Maybe we'll even do a little breakdown of his car. Have you seen that thing yet?
Yeah, I've seen the thing. I was watching it go around yesterday. I actually lent him a pair of shocks.
Oh, really?
The rear shocks off of our Pro R were the only ones here, so it's kind of like a last resort for him. But yeah, we lend him our shocks, and now he's out here ripping.
Dude, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
What camaraderie to help out another racer.
Yeah, I know. It's not only does it put a good name for you, but it puts a smile on other people's faces whenever you could help and get them out there on the track.
Especially when they get all the way over here. That's a good thing that we should bring up on the broadcast right now is these dirt bike racers race around the track. Lots of good battling going on. Man, there's some high-speed sections here, too.
Yeah.
Is the camaraderie and stuff, too. If you're watching the live feed at home and you're thinking about maybe coming out and racing,
Lots of people that are like Travis and his family and all the other racers. If you guys need help, you can walk up to anybody and they'll help support your guys' program, offer advice a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of everyone's here to help. Don't get me wrong. There's always those one or two people that are really competitive and don't want to give out their secrets. But like our family's always just been really humble with everything, and just if someone needed help on a 170, even though that we're in the RS ones, we'll still go out there and help them.
Yeah, because you have knowledge behind it. Yeah, that's so cool, man. I love that about off-road racing.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the people at home, I mean, coming out to this place has so many benefits. You get to see the beautiful scenery, obviously race on a nice flowy track, like you said, Travis, and then you get to see and hang out with all your friends and family.
Yeah. I mean, that's the funnest part. You know, go battle on pit bikes on the little pit bike track even after a race is just...
I heard that we're going to have a pit bike race this weekend, too.
Pit bike race, I'm pretty sure today after racing's done. So.
I don't know that they were going to be able to cover that on the live feed, but that's something that you guys should definitely check out on social. Hopefully the Outlaw series will post it on their social media so you guys can check it out. What was your favorite part of this track so far? Because to me, when I did the track walk, I kind of like the turns.
I do too. I mean, they're really fun, really flowy. I mean, you come around them and there's those, like I said, those little rollers, and you could tap the brakes and it'll just kind of almost scrub the little almost roller and just set you up perfectly for that corner.
Yeah, so you're moving the car around on the axle. Dude, that sounds super cool. I can't wait to see that on the live feed when you guys actually do that. So when does your race? Is it just after lunch?
So tomorrow our race is the second to last race, so whenever that is. Yeah, we'll be out there.
So you guys got plenty of time to get the car all prepped up, right?
Yeah.
Man, it's cool to see you out here, dude. I haven't seen you in a while, so.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Go kick some butt, man.
That's always the plan.
Yeah, all right. Well, maybe check in tomorrow after you're done or something.
Yeah, I will for sure.
Okay, thanks, Travis.
Cool, man.
Man, we have some serious battles going on. These motorcycles really give it a different perspective. Super cool to see, though. We actually talked with some of the motocross riders or motorcycle riders that just got off the race course, and man, they are really enjoying this track. Said it's kind of difficult when you have to cruise over some of these mud puddles, but loving the way that the track is set up.
Oh man, good battle to the finish there. Sorry, we're working on scoring. Scoring's a little tied up right now, so we'll get that fixed. That was an awesome battle.
Communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Move your camera up.
He's competing, or his driver is competing, in an all-new Polaris RZR Pro R. Tell us a little bit about the car first, Paul.
It's pretty much stock, except the engine. I mean, the engine itself is stock. We let me see, what do we do? Change tires and wheels, obviously. Change springs. Did a mild revalve in the shocks. It didn't work, so we put it back to stock. Injector dynamics fuel system in the car, a tank full of alcohol, and yeah, actually that's it.
So,
cage, obviously. We took it to Lone Star.
yeah,
I mean, look inside, the whole interior.
you're making all the safety requirements for the Outlaw series. It's pretty cool to see, though. One of the things that I noticed most about this was the growth of side-by-sides and the position that the Outlaw series gives you guys to be able to grow.
It's why I'm still doing this. So if you have the UTVs are all so different that they're all better at something and worse at something than the rest, right? And so when you have ultra restrictive rules, you end up having to build the car that suits the rules, which I hate. And the way the rules are here, you could do, wait for these guys to go by.
As we have all this racing going on in the background, it's not going to stop, man, but these guys are battling.
I want to wait, though, because this is important, because out here, I could build a car to work. You can bring anything out here and make it competitive if you're willing to do the work, right? Because you don't have a rule book that says this car has to do this and stock that. You just build the car. As long as it's safe, bring it out, work on it, make it work, and have some fun.
And you and I talked a little bit about this before the race today. It actually creates a lot of growth in the industry and in racing.
Yeah, because we can grow as car builders, you know, and instead of everybody driving the same car. I mean, you remember the Production 1000 series in Lucas Oil, right? It was nothing but YXCs. Well, because that's the way the rules were written.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I like the best about the Outlaw series and the Outlaw Series West. Maybe what we should do in a couple minutes here is get your driver up here, and we'll talk with him a little bit. Yeah, we'll talk. Well, you do a lot of work on the sidelines, but traveling all the way up here
and debuting this car, what are your first initial thoughts so far, and what do you do to grow?
The main thing is that I think the car will do really well on a fast track. I think it's at a big disadvantage on a small track like this, but because the rules are written the way they are, we just do what we need to make it better, right? This car is never going to be the fastest car on a tight, twisty track like this. But we have a big variety in the courses that Brian's running. So we focus on the car's strengths. You know, we're going to get it back. We're going to work on the suspension to get it to work better in the low-speed corners. The high-speed stuff, I think the car's going to work pretty well. But again, the rules allow us to fix the car, you know, to make it work.
That's the best part about it. So what about the track? What did you think of the track? Because it's the first time you've been here.
Well, this car's 85 inches wide. I swear there are parts of the track that are no wider than the car, you know. It's tiny. But it's tight for everybody, so it's a challenge, and we're all dealing with the same thing. Some cars are better here. Some cars are far worse when we get out in the desert area where this thing can stretch its legs. So it just is what it is.
Yeah, so it's give and take, and it's a learning experience. I think that's perfect, though, for you guys, especially a guy that likes to develop like you.
Right, we get to develop cars instead of showing up and racing what the rules ask for. So I wouldn't be doing this if Brian hadn't done the series. I was just kind of worn out with the stupid rules. So it allows us to actually develop cars. So it's good for the UTV market and the aftermarket.
Yeah, and I think it's good for everybody that wants to join the series because it offers a platform that's easier to get into.
Yeah, I'm building a Kawasaki too. Everybody said, oh, that Kawasaki's kind of heavy. Yeah, but the rules will allow me to do what I need to do to make the car competitive.
Yeah,
and if
exactly.
it's not competitive, it's not because of the rules. It's because I didn't do my job.
Yeah, there you go. Accountability, I like it. All right, let's get your driver, Robert Stout, in here. All right, dude. Haven't seen you in a while, man.
Yeah, it has been a little while, yeah. Nice to see you again.
Robert Stout does a lot of racing. He is a Lucas Oil side-by-side champion in the Production 1000 class, as well as doing a bunch of other stuff like coming out here to race. But you also race sports cars and stadium super trucks.
Over the years, yeah, sports cars, wing sprint cars, stadium trucks, off-road. It's been crazy. So this is the first time we've been back out in the dirt, though, man. It's the end of August, and we're finally back out to racing. So super pumped to be out here. This is very different from anything we've ever done. Different car, different track, different everything. So we typically show up with the mindset of like we're here to win, and that's it, and we're accepting nothing less. But I think this is the first time we have high expectations, maybe for ourselves, but we have no idea where we're going to really play out in the grand scheme of things here.
So we were just talking to your team owner, Paul Yaw, about that, and it really creates a good opportunity for growth when you do that because you're starting from scratch, you're building something new, and you're going out and trying to execute.
Yeah, and it's been that way almost every year. I mean, 2018 was brand new to dirt in general, much less side-by-sides. 2019, we kind of hit the nail on the head, and then we went to the Outlaw side of things. We really were allowed to dig into parts of the car that we weren't allowed to in the Spec Lucas rules. And now we're switching car manufacturers. We're in a Polaris here. There's a good chance we're going to be out in a Kawasaki later in the year. So, yeah, continuously learning, and these tracks are crazy. I don't even know how long, 10-plus years of competing at a really high level now, and I feel like I'm brand new. I feel like I've never done this before, showing up to a track like this.
It is. It's different for you. This is 2.2 miles of just complete dirt, all kinds of off-camber stuff, whoops, jumps, tons of stuff that you haven't done before. What do you think about it so far?
The track it's hard to even call it a track. The trail is a 4-minute lap around. It's fun. I'm having a total blast when I'm out on course. I have no idea how it's going to race. I don't even know what to think. The start is going to be so important here. The car jumps really well. We fly really well through the moto side of things. But with the stock steering setup in this, my arms are going to be tired by the end of this deal. I'm busy, man.
Yeah, just moving around inside there. Oh, I think it's cool, man. And first of all, good luck for the rest of the day. I think you come up in an hour or two.
Yeah, I got to figure that out myself. Probably got to suit up here pretty soon. But, yeah, we're looking forward to getting out and see where they're going to start us. First row, second row. It's kind of a pill draw for where we're going to start for the first heat. So we don't even know where we're going to be yet.
Dude, I think it's going to be good, man. Well, good luck. Kick some butt out there.
Thanks, man. I appreciate being out here with us.
Yeah. All right. We're going to go back to watching some racing. We'll see you guys in just a sec.
All right, we are just finishing up with some of the racing here. Thank you very much to Paul Yaw and Robert Stout for giving them the opportunity to check out the car that they have just built, talking a little bit more about how great this series that Brian Atkinson has built with the Outlaw series, bringing it out to the West Coast, giving builders, drivers, team owners, families the opportunity to have a better entry point for their particular vehicle. I really, really think that's a great way to grow the industry, to grow the sport, and to have more people come out to the races. So all wins all around. All right, so it looks like Mason Delgado first, Kevin Coliz second, Trent Adams third, Magnum Whittington fourth, and Jordan Murray fifth. These guys are ripping. All right, man, we are having some fun watching all these four-wheel quad riders. These guys are ripping on this flowy track. In the booth, we have Braden Judge. What's up, man? How are you?
What's up? Super excited to be here.
Yeah, well, it's cool for two reasons, right? First, because you get to hang out with us, do some media stuff. Yep. But you also have you and your dad, who is Bo Judge, Phil Blurton's obviously his co-driver, but your dad does a lot of racing, very fast professional driver himself, and you are out here racing as well, man. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm super excited. This has been awesome so far out here. It's I feel super excited to be part of like the start of something really cool. So
yeah, you know what? That's kind of the vibe that we've been getting all day from all the racers and riders. Just having the opportunity to have new facilities, new tracks. We just talked with Paul Yaw about his new build and the rules being flexible. What's one of your favorite parts about this actual race course, other than I've told before on the feed, other than the beauty of the scenery?
I really love the motocross section because I come from racing motocross from like pretty much my whole life. So I love the jumps, and it's been something I've had to overcome. Like I've been kind of not confident in jumping in a UTV, but I've really learned to get confident and love it. So that's pretty much my favorite track. Is the part of the track is the MX part.
Yeah, it actually, dude, it looks so cool. What UTV are you driving now?
I'm in a RS1.
Oh, okay, cool. Right on, man. So that actually seems like a perfect vehicle for this course because it's all light and nimble. You can move it around. And what class are you racing in?
I kind of forget the name, but it's...
is it tomorrow or is it today?
It's tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So I think it's the 1,000 amateur class probably then, right? Yeah. That's pretty cool, man. How do you like racing in the 1,000 class?
It's a lot of fun. I came from racing 170s, and obviously the 1,000 is a lot more fun. But
big power, huh?
Yeah. Next
Did
year.
you go straight from a 170 to a 1000?
Yeah.
So skip all the 570 stuff?
Yep.
Dang, dude, that's pretty rad. Was it like a big transition?
Not really. I mean, I guess it was going from like 8 horsepower to like however many a stock RS1 has, but I pretty much got used to it right away. It was good from the start.
We're watching some of these quad guys go around the track, and we talked about it being flowy. You can actually see a lot of that because they're moving from the inside to the outside. They're kind of doubling over bumps and stuff like you can see here. When you go on a track like this, do you like to get a rhythm, or do you like to be I don't know, just like always pushing forward? Like, what's the vibe in the car?
It's a lot of tracks are a lot of different, so you kind of do different stuff, but a lot of the times you want to try to move from outside to inside, like how you were just saying, but sometimes it's tricky because there are different lines. Sometimes there are like train track ruts where you can only go in one spot, and sometimes there's loam on the inside where in a 1000 it'll really bog your car down, so sometimes it can get pretty technical. Like this track out here, sometimes there's some hard pack lines and some loamy lines, and you have to try to remember like which turns and like what lines to take, so it gets pretty difficult sometimes.
Yeah, that's true, right? Because you do have to have a photographic memory when you're out on course, right? Like I got to take the inside lane on this next one because there's the split lanes.
Yep.
Do you have a preference? Because I was looking at some of those split lanes, and I think 2 out of 3 of them I was going to take the outside. Maybe I'm not right though.
Some of the one of them are like pretty tight. I was definitely going to take the outside most of the time, but I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. You just have to try both of them and just try to find out which one you like better, which one you think's faster.
So what were the things that you were trying yesterday then? We were trying car setup, or were you just practicing your driving skills? What was the practice like, the session for you?
Pretty much just getting used to the track and like trying to figure out how you're going to drive it, or stuff like that. We don't really do a whole lot of setup changes when we're at the track. Pretty much just run what you brung most of the time for me.
I feel like that's good though, because it's consistent, right?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people that are watching the live stream are going to be coming out with their families. You're obviously doing it with your dad and your mom and everybody. What are some of the suggestions or some of the good things that you know about being with your family that you could think that they would enjoy if they haven't seen it out here?
Well, not even the racing part, but just coming out here with your family and traveling, there's a lot of good memories that happen, and I would definitely recommend it for anybody who's trying to get into it.
Very well said, dude. Very well said. You're hired. You can come in here and talk anytime. But yeah, you're right, because that's the whole vibe of off-road, right? Is sharing all these experiences and stuff. And you can see from the drone shot that we're watching right here, like I said, those guys are getting real flowy, but look at how beautiful this area is. I mean, it's so cool. And when your moto's not there, you can go hang out. You can do all this stuff, look at all this beautiful scenery. But then when it gets serious, when it's crunch time, it's time to go, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Who's some of your fastest competitors?
There's a lot. First one that comes to mind, Paxton Shandell, Chase Mankin. There's a lot of them.
You got
They're
some
all
heavy
fast.
hitters, huh?
Yeah.
That's going to be cool.
It's a lot of fun battling with them.
Are most of them racing
stuff.
the same car as you? Or similar cars?
Yeah, similar. A lot of kids brought mod cars this race. But, yeah.
So you're going to have to be use that foot down on that loud pedal, huh?
Yep.
How do you think you'll do? Do you have expectations, or are you just going to go have fun?
Well, I'm always going for the win. Every time I show up to a race, I'm always going for the win no matter what. But we're just going to see what happens. I'm going to do everything I can in my power to do my best, and we're just going to see what happens.
So going back on that family thing that we were just talking about, what does your mom and dad usually tell you? Like, what kind of advice do they give you when you're going out on course? Because, like I said, some of the people that are watching the live stream have never even raced a side-by-side, and they might be interested in understanding the family vibe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, on the racing side of it, my dad has been racing his whole life. So, I mean, racing longer than a lot of us has even been alive. So he's got a lot of experience, and he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he can transfer that information into me. And I'm young, I'm fast, and I'm aggressive. So
and you're a sponge too. You listen to what Dad has to say, right?
Yeah. So
how about Mom? Is she always a little on edge, making sure you're safe?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that's the way that most of these families operate. But I think it's cool that you're able to come out here and have all of these things with your family. It's you should feel very lucky, and you should feel very proud of yourself for giving back to them too. I feel like it's a really, really cool thing for you to be able to do.
Yeah, I'm thankful for it every day. There's not a day I don't miss it at all.
Okay. Well, we have all these guys crossing the finish line right now. I want to ask you one question before you leave.
What is it like behind the scenes when you're not at the racetrack? Like, how much effort are you putting into this? Because I think that off-road builds a lot of skills. It builds mechanical skills. It builds motivation skills. It builds all that stuff. So I want to see, like, what's a day or a week in the life of Braden?
A lot of the times, most of my day on a normal week is school, and a lot of times it's a lot of people don't realize the physical aspect of racing one of these cars. It doesn't, to the naked eye, it doesn't look like, we're going a lot faster. It looks like it's that physical, but it's difficult being in that car. It's a workout. So a lot of my days are spent working out or running, doing whatever I can to make myself better in the car.
So you have
physically.
a little bit of a training program then, huh?
A little bit,
How old are you now?
14.
Man, and you're already devoting yourself to this. I think that's cool, first of all, that your dad is showing you the way to do it, but I think it's really neat that you have the ambition to do it yourself.
I'm so motivated. All I want to do, I just want to be the best at everything I do. And I've been struggling this year, to be honest, with results. I've been fast, but I've just been making silly mistakes. So I've been so motivated all year to fix those up. And I think feeling good this weekend.
Dude, I think you're doing a great job. How are you doing in school?
Pretty good. A couple weeks in, so far so good.
Yeah, so school is always taken away from racing. Like, what the heck, right?
Yeah.
But I do think that you're doing a good job, man. All right, so if there's one piece of advice that you have to give to myself or to – actually, you know what? If there's one piece of advice that you have to give to, like, a young racer that wants to come in, what would it be?
Oh, man. I guess sometimes, I guess for me, my confidence has been low at some points, so a lot of the times it's just never giving up and just keep persistent and just know that just be confident in yourself. Right? Yeah, just be confident.
So never give up. Hard work pays off. I feel like that's what you're trying to say. Dude, that's cool, man. All right, we'll kick some butt, dude.
All right, cool. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks for having me on.
No problem. See ya. All right, as these drivers cross the finish line, Braden, hang on. As these drivers cross the finish line, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Off-road communication since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications.
Okay, so George Hamill is out for a little bit. We'll kind of take over and give you some casting. Figure out what class is this. These guys look like they're booking. This might be the, yeah, it looks like MC Pro 450. These are top dogs right here, racing for the money. Let's go. So we get the drone in the sky. We'll get that switched over here shortly. Here we go. Drone's going up. As soon as they pass live scoring and timing, we will get, yeah, let the GPS. Here we go. Everyone, thank you for tuning in to the Outlaw Productions TV. This is our first time streaming out in the middle of nowhere in Utah, so a lot of lessons learned, and it'll be way better next time, but hopefully we bring you the best quality we can. It's only going to get better. So yeah, this is your motocross MC Pro class, 450. Booking it. We haven't seen the track in a long time, but these are like the same conditions as the practice. So they didn't get that wet condition like we had in the morning. All right, let's try to update live scoring and timing for y'all. All right. Okay, so it looks like in the lead we have Wade Huffman, followed by Logan Freeman. Your top three guys are neck to neck here. Sorry, I'm not the best caster here. George will be back here shortly. But we'll go ahead and cut it to the action, and our caster will be returning shortly. Thanks, Mark.
All right, we are back with race number 9. Thank you, Josh, for filling in. We really appreciate it, man. Race number 9, the Pro Moto guys. Like, these are the big dogs. You guys are going to see some serious battling. Josh has already been keeping you guys up to date with what's going on. But, man, look how fast these guys are going around the track. We talked about it a little bit earlier with some of the Moto guys about their line selections. Don't follow. Always choose a different line. You'll see a lot of that with these guys here. So right now, we have Wade Huffman out front, number 398. In second, we got Logan Freeman, number 14. Corbin McPherson, X1. Let's see here. Traden Baird, number 24. And Brecklin Baird, number 12. Oh, yeah, these were the twins, I think, right? Nope, not twins. Maybe brothers. The track really looks like it's shaping up good. You can see a little bit of dust coming up, but that also means that there's more line choices. These guys coming out to round out technically their first lap, but their second lap on the screen. All of these guys in the Pro Motorcycle 450 class. Great view of the pits, too. That's one thing that we should talk about is parking is not an issue here. Really wide open. You can see that there's a big main pit right there. There's a pit off to your left where the vendor row is at as well. So parking, getting your rig in here is no problem. Yeah, I really like these split sections because they offer so many different line choices. I think there's one that's probably preferred, but a lot of these corners are developing. They got inside lanes, outside lanes, a lot of different stuff. These motorcycle guys really able to explore a lot of the track. While we go out to this wide drone shot, enjoy the landscape. We're going to thank some of our sponsors. So thank you very much to Can-Am and RedBull for always supporting the Outlaw series in Texas and now on the West Coast. We really appreciate all of their support. We couldn't do it without all of these guys that we're going to mention right now. Thank you very much to the Maxxis tire guys. We actually saw just in the pits now, they're actually changing tires for a lot of these motocross guys, offering suggestions on some of these side-by-sides that may or may not have the best tire selection or choices. Really cool to see the Maxxis guys putting in all the work for the Outlaw series out west now as well as Texas. So thank you to all the guys at Maxxis. Linda Moon Construction, thank you very much to all of them for all their continued support in the Outlaw series. S3 Power Sports, you know they're bringing the heat with a lot of great aftermarket parts. The guys over at PPEI, Renegade Fuels, Liqui Moly Lubricants, Double E Racing, Progressive Power Sports, Louisiana Direct Auto, Max Performance, Ultimax, UTV, UTV store, excuse me. Okay. Yeah, Crown Construction, Hess Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, Shock Therapy for bringing you this live feed. The guys over at Shock Therapy always doing a great job with media. We really appreciate all of their support. The guys over at Graphics Guys, MRT, G3, Blake Gusson just came out with a second place, too, in his race. Blake Gusson, the owner of G3 Motorsports, doing all the, we call it tech and contingency. Texera Tech and Dinger Excavating. We also have some sponsors that are rotating in the right corner of your screen. So if you guys get bored, you're on your phone watching this, go check out some of those awesome sponsors. Look at the products that they offer. Man, some of these camera angles with the drones are really, really showing a lot of the flowiness of this track like we've talked about all day. Insides, outsides, you got berms that you can rail, do the hero line. It's going to be interesting to see what the side-by-sides do. if the track crew waters the track or if they leave it. Race number 10 is going to be coming up in just a little bit here. This is going to be our side-by-side Outlaw Expert and Outlaw Amateur class. One of my favorite races to watch all weekend. The guys rip, man. Let's go through the roster again in the Pro 450. Number 12, Brecken Baird. St. George, Utah, KTM, 14 years old, sponsored by Frontline Suspension, Fast Company, Kenda, and Fly. Number 14, Logan Freeman out of Boulder City, Nevada, KTM, 18 years old. Number 24, Trayden Baird. And if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I apologize, Baird. St. George, Utah, 20 years old. Number X1, Corbin McPherson out of Hurricane, Utah on a Husky. Number 20, sponsored by Fly Racing, Kenda, 100% AME grips. Number 398, Wade Huffman out of Clifton, Colorado on a Honda, 19 years old. All these dudes just straight ripping right now. Some of the speeds that these guys go on the track, on the course, is just insane to me. Wonder if these guys run stabilizers. If any of you guys know stabilizers or what kind of setup they have on their bikes to be able to handle all this different track conditions. With some of the track drying out, you would think they would lose traction, but you can still see that they're getting a ton of traction. Looks like we got a little bit of cloud cover coming in. Really cool shots where you can see the guys moving their bodies, leaning the bike side to side. Really, dude, hero line just ripping that berm. I think that's X1. I think that is Corbin McPherson with the hero line. Thank you to the whole Outlaw TV production crew for giving us all these fantastic shots. These guys work tirelessly to get this set up for you. So please go support them, subscribe, follow them on social media. All of the tags and stuff are down at the bottom of your screen. The more we support them, the more we can have sponsors come on board so we can bring this live stream to you. So thank you to everybody that's watching. Yeah, and like I said, hit us with any of your comments. Let us know some more information about some of the details of the guys on bikes and maybe who your favorite riders are. A lot of these guys looks like they've been riding for years in the 450 Pro class. Three laps down for the Moto Pro 450 class. Looks like some of these guys are searching for the faster lines, going around the outside, maybe staying smooth, maybe railing the berms. So that looks like number 14, Logan Freeman, running second, still keeping up a really good pace. So it looks like Wade Huffman. also want to thank the guests that have come in today as well. Super cool to see an interview with a car, talk a little bit about the progression of the series, as well as the progression of off-road in general with the side-by-sides. It's super cool to see that, man. Like, that stuff really, all you guys sitting at home probably feel the same way as I do. It's meaningful because it means that we're developing and we're moving forward. Good, bad, or indifferent. It's really cool that we have the opportunity to do that. And I like the fact that the Outlaw series gives us the opportunity to do that. There's a lot of other series that unfortunately don't. And it's not good or bad from them either. It's just the way that they want to do it. But I really appreciate the Outlaw guys for giving that ability. And you can see here all of the different 180 corners, 90-degree corners, split lanes. If you guys are interested in going to or coming to any of these races, man, look at that mountain range in the background. If you guys are interested in coming to any of these races with the Outlaw Series, please visit outlawseries.com. Check out the stuff that is closest to you. They have a series in Texas, and we also have a series out here on the West Coast now. So something for everybody. Thank you guys again for watching as well. Yeah, Logan Freeman for the win. Thanks, Cade McCachran. Logan was ripping. Looks like Wade Huffman still has him, at least in our timing and scoring. So we'll have to look at it, but you might be right, Caden. All right, so we'll give you the running order as we have it with the transponder system. We have Wade Huffman out front, number 398. We got Logan Freeman, number 14 in second. Corbin McPherson, number X1 in third. And Traden Baird and Brecken Baird round out the top five. All right, Wade Huffman, number 398, still out front. Logan Freeman, number 14, second. And Corbin McPherson ran out the top 3. These guys are cooking, man. Great camera angle. Nice smooth lines. When you watch Wade Huffman, you actually see the smoothness that he's riding. What do they say? Smoother is faster. You can see the smoothness that he's riding. He's still charging. You can see that for sure. But being real smooth, calculated. Looks like he's trying to hit the same marks every lap. Got a little bit of a gap on Logan Freeman. Still charging. And Corbin McPherson looks like he's just about the same distance behind Logan Freeman as Logan is behind Wade.
Perfect timing. Last guy's crossing the motocross shot right now. Strong corner four. All right, go to the leaders for the finish line.
Can see the wind kicking up a little bit. It's going to help out these side-by-side drivers in the next moto, race number 10. Be interesting to see how tired these guys get. So it's roughly, I think it's 8 or 9 laps that they're out on course. The first lap is a little bit of a weird kind of lap. So they have, I don't know, kind of like a gimme lap, but all right. So we're just finishing up. I think we have maybe 2 or 3 laps left of the 450 Pro motocross class. We got our buddy Caden Wells just joined us in the booth. He's going to help us call the side-by-side amateur and side-by-side expert classes here in just a little bit. But he brought up a good point that who knows what's going to happen later at the Outlaw Series West with some of these guys
riding mini bikes. They have an exhibition mini bike race that's going to happen a little bit later. So all the fun and all the feels out here at the Outlaw Series West. It's going to be cool to see all those guys tearing it up. Hopefully they don't get hurt before their actual moto. But like I said, there's a little bit of wind kicking up. Doesn't look like it's affecting the dirt bikes much, but it might lend a hand to some of the little bit of the dust that's coming up. Mother Nature really, really did us a good job yesterday by giving us a little bit of rain, getting the track all dialed in. Couple little puddles still out there. But like all the drivers have said, coming in, the track flows really well. And I think in the side-by-side, expert and side-by-side amateur classes, we'll be able to see, because there's going to be quite a few actual drivers out on course, roughly 10, 12. And it'll be neat to see them battle it out and how well the track lends itself to having that many drivers on it. And these battles, these guys are still keeping it so close. Looks like, is that Logan Freeman? Oh, no, I think that was Corbin McPherson. But it's trying to close up the gap as much as they possibly can. Pretty cool drone shot of the whole facility there. There's our leader, Wade Huffman, number 398. He's pretty much taking control of this thing from the get-go. And like I said before, smooth is fast. Like, you can tell that he's really calculated in his riding. Even wheeling over that little bump, keeping it nice and smooth. The weather has been fantastic out here in Utah. I think the high today is going to be somewhere around 83, 85 degrees. Logan Freeman, the people's champ, Caden McCachran. He's still running second, ripping. Putting that KTM to use. So pretty close in age other than Breckenbaird being 14. The other guys are 18 to 20 years old, so all pretty close in age. Youngsters running the pro class. Like I mentioned before, we got race number 10 coming up, the side-by-side Outlaw Expert and side-by-side Outlaw Amateur class. There we go, final lap. So Wade Huffman, all you got to do is just bring it home, buddy. As we talk about a little bit of dust coming up, you see, man, those guys are still charging through a lot of those puddles.
Okay, it looks like they're like set up to go. But yeah, they're lined up. Cruz, follow the leader all the way home.
All right, Wade Huffman's going to bring it home, man. He's got about half a lap to go of this 2.1, 2.2 mile course. We've been talking about it all day, how good this course flows. Completely different. Man, look at him charge to those whoops. Completely different plans of attack for the side-by-side guys, the quad guys. And man, look at that lane, or that line that he just took. That was a perfect execution. He was cutting right through that water hole on the inside. But totally different execution for side-by-sides, quads, and dirt bikes. And the track is lending itself really well to be really racy for all three different disciplines. So kudos to Iron Mine for obviously having a great track, and the Outlaw Series for doing all of the work that they did, getting it prepped up for all of their participants. Man, Wade Huffman is really hauling the mail. I can't stress enough how much smooth is fast for this guy. Going through some of those corners, he looks like he's just on a Sunday stroll, but he's actually ripping pretty fast. All right, here we go, bringing it home. Number 398, Wade Huffman for the win in the 450 Pro class. Great job, buddy, man. You were ripping out there. All right, we're going to go start announcing, and it looks like we got Logan Freeman's going to take home second, Corbin McPherson in third, Tradenbeard and Breckenbeard are going to round out the top five. We're going to go down to the starting line in just a little bit, and we're going to introduce our side-by-side outlaw expert and side-by-side outlaw amateur class. While we get ready to race in the side-by-side class, we have someone special joining us in the booth. My buddy Caden Wells. Caden, what's up, dude? Why don't you scoot a little bit closer up here? So Caden Wells is a professional side-by-side racer joining us in the booth now. Does a lot of desert racing. Has actually done some GP style racing, Grand Prix style racing, similar to this in side-by-sides. Focuses mostly on SCORE international events now. But man, it's cool to see you come out and hang out with all the people in your native state, Utah.
Yeah, I mean the race is only about 30 miles away, so it's on a weekend. Why not come out and watch some racing?
Yeah, support all your side-by-side homies, right?
Yeah.
It's super cool to see you come out here. You grew up doing racing like this, so what do you think about like the facility? And actually, before I ask that, have you ever raced here before?
Yeah, I've raced here, I think 2 years, maybe 3 years.
Have you done good here? Or did you wad it up?
I rolled it one time, and then I pretty much wadded it up every time.
Oh, great. So kudos to all the drivers for not wadding it up on this course. But it's neat to see you come out and support all of the guys out here doing what they love. Obviously, you love side-by-side racing, too. When you see all of these, I don't want to say new, but they're younger guys coming up through the ranks and stuff. What's your first initial thought? Like, do you have memories of when you did it, or do you think like, yes, like I can't wait to battle with those guys in like 5 years?
Going back, watching them in short course, like you see it and you're like, oh, I can do that. And then after running the desert and coming back to short course, I actually tried it and jumped in a 1,000 class, and I think I was like 8th place. Like, it's definitely,
really?
you gotta stay on top of it.
It's a completely different driving style, I guess, right?
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
kind of crazy that you say that, though, too, because a lot of the people that are maybe watching the live feed or are paying attention to side-by-side racing in general that haven't done it might think that there's a lot of similarities, and there is, but there also isn't, right? Like, short course is a lot different than desert racing.
Yeah, I mean, like going out there in short course, you're putting your car on the line, and desert, it's kind of the opposite. You're trying to conserve your car, and almost like who can conserve their car but push it the hardest, where short course, it's an all-out race.
It's like knockdown, drag-out MMA, like who can get to the finish line quickest.
Yeah.
I do actually like that, though. That's like my vibe, right, because of motocross and stuff. But so we still have these guys on the last lap, it looks like. So when you watch the motocross guys, like, what do you think about those guys, dude? They're ripping.
Yeah, I never really have raced motorbikes, but I think it's a whole nother
Well, we
level.
know that you didn't race motorbikes because nobody says motorbikes. They say motocross.
Yeah, that's probably why.
No, but dude, all fun. But when you come out to a track like this and you see it, I know you haven't been out on course. We got to go do a sight lap earlier. The track looks like it flows really well. It's there's a couple people that said it was a little skinny in some spots. There's some spots that I went out there, it looks really open. But when I cruise around on the course, just in a 4-seat Turbo S, going really slow, obviously, it looked to me like if you knew what you were doing, you could set up passes 2 or 3 turns in advance. As we have Wade Huffman crossing the finish line for the win. Congratulations, Wade. But you could really think about where you're going to pass. And a lot of those areas where it's skinnier, you can make up a lot of time. So if you're down or you need to pull away, if you're out in front, like there's a lot of opportunity to do great things on this course.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen so far, it looks like there is some passing spots, and the rain looks like it helped with the dust, so maybe it'll be a little easier, not a whole lot of dust.
Yeah, so we're going to see actually all about that dust right now in the side-by-side Outlaw Expert class and the Amateur class for race number 10. I'm going to name some of these people, and interrupt me if you know any of these guys. So, all right, in the side-by-side Outlaw Expert class, we have number 92, Mike Chobek out of Las Vegas, Nevada, in a Polaris, 40 years old. Number 101, Chase Mankin. You probably heard of him, huh?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, so he's a beast, and he's only 13 years old from Menifee, California. His sponsors are Polaris 4-Wheel Parts, Maxxis Tires, Chupacabra Off-Road, Benchmark Performance, Temecula Motorsports, Car One, Baja Design, Sparco, X Travel, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Demon Power Sports, and Jmar Performance. Number 223, Rio Cox out of St. George, Utah.
Yeah, I actually went to school with him. And
oh, really?
Yeah, he's raced here in Cedar, I think, probably about 2 years now.
Oh, right on.
Yeah,
Is he a good driver?
Yeah, he seems, I think he ended up.
Or we'll see right now, I guess.
Yeah,
huh?
we'll see.
He's 24 years old in a Can-Am, sponsored by All-Star Excavating. Number 354, Phil Johnson from El Cajon, California, sponsored by San Diego Coating, CST Tires, Polaris, Walker Evans, Viscid Designs, Alltech Motorsports, GSP Performance, Benchmark Performance, Tire Block, Sparco, Maxima, H&R Steel, and Ogio. Man, some of these guys got sponsors like the list of the Constitution, dude. It's so long, right?
Yeah.
Wish we all could have that many sponsors. Side-by-side Outlaw class. You see them all lining up right there. You notice any of those cars, Caden, or you know any of them?
Not from just looking at them, no.
No, there's 101. I see the 101 way out there on the end.
Yeah.
So he must have got a bad draw, Chase Mankin. So we're going to see how good that start is. I know that the preferred line is over here on the inside, on the left of your screen there, because it's such a short distance. But that could be drying out. Maybe some of the more moisture in the dirt will give you a little bit more traction.
Yeah.
So we'll get your take on some of the performance and some of the things that these guys are actually doing out on race course. But let's finish up introducing everybody. Number 19, my favorite number, Mark Hyam from Oak Hills, California. Sponsored by Elka, Roll Design, GBC Tires, Maxima, Texiera Tech, Fuel Wheels, Trio Performance, PRP, and Alsup Racing. Number 27, Corey Williams out of Austin, Texas. There's Yamaha, Graphics Guys, TJ Cycles, Motorcycle Parts Limited. Number 58, David Holby out of Claiborne, Texas. G3 Motorsports, Progressive Power Sports, Texas Packaging and Lumber. Man, a lot of these guys came from Texas. I'm really glad that they all came out to support the Outlaw Series West. Here we go. First start. This looks like the Outlaw Expert class, I think it is. And that inside line really paid off for that first driver. Do you know who that is out front, kid?
I don't see.
In the black car? Yeah, we'll have to see when we get a little bit of focus in here what number he has on the side of that car. But, man, that thing was a rocket ship coming out of there. So we'll let these guys cruise around. Get a little closer here.
Is that Cox?
It could be. 223? Yeah, so it looks like maybe Rio Cox from St. George, your buddy, dude.
Yeah, he's
just out there straight ripping. All right, so let's finish up with the Outlaw Amateurs real quick. David Holby, thanks for coming from Texas. Number 118, Byron Mowry from Austin, Texas. Graphics Guys, G3, E2R at Hess. Number 225, James Thomas out of Belmont, Arizona. Ruthless Power Sports, Valley Steel Supply. Number 295, Michael Bernstein out of Surprise, Arizona, Valley Steel Supply. Number 915, Terry McBroom out of Peoria, Arizona, Dab Construction, Apex Trucking, and Cattle Company. Number 1776, Brian Stevenson, Dripping Springs, Texas, Graphic Eyes, WE Racing, G3, and Hess. All right, so these guys are coming around for their first lap. And I don't know if we have the... maybe we have the roster a little bit wrong here, but we'll get it up once they cross timing and scoring. And we'll get it refreshed and get an exact understanding of who's out front. But that driver out front, man, he really, really took advantage of doing that, getting that whole shot.
Yeah, especially being first off the line. I mean, clean air is always going to be the best air.
Yeah, good point. And look, Chase Mankin came out off the line fourth, and now he's worked his way up to second. All right, so there's some pretty serious battles going out on track right now. These 1,000 classes, Outlaw Expert and Outlaw Amateur, are pretty much open for Can-Am, Polaris, Honda, Yamaha, all of these different. Man, some of this battling going out on course, we just missed it outside of your screen here. But these guys are neck and neck. When you see these guys battling this hard, do you want to get back into it, or are you scared?
I mean, a good battle is always fun. It depends, I guess, how it plays out. If you're
on the ending side of like breaking parts and stuff. But it's cool to see that the track really lends itself to having this tight racing, right? Like you do see a little bit of dust out there, but for the most part, the track is actually shaping up pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, if they're wanting to get by someone and take a puddle line or something to get through.
Like that puddle line right there.
Yeah, it didn't look quite as fast, though. I think Rio Cox is in a turbo car as well.
Oh, okay, and Chase Mankin's in the RS1 normally aspirated car. It looks like Chase is actually making a little bit of ground.
Is this an open class for whatever?
I think so. I'm not sure of the exact rules, but you can see that there's turbo cars out there, so I would assume that it's something like that. Cool to see, though, that all of these cars can battle against each other.
Yeah, I mean, the RS1 is really competitive in any series and any class, it seems like.
If you were going to build a specific car to race in this Outlaw series, what kind of car would you build? The RS1s look like they're pretty solid.
Yeah, if I was going to run NA, I would definitely probably go with an RS1. Oh, he almost rolled.
All right, looks like the leader just made a mistake there. So that it looked like Brody Cox is who we have as the. Is that Rio? Is Brody and Rio the same person?
They might be brothers or cousins. I'm
okay. But yeah, so Cox makes a mistake. Makes another mistake. Maybe he lost the rear axle or something. But yeah, it looks like his car is a little bit hard to control. Puts Chase Mankin out front, though. The skill set these guys really possess, though, is pretty awesome, Caden. Like, Chase Mankin is only 13 years old.
Yeah, he's for
Oh,
sure.
check out this battle, dude. We were talking about the knockdown, drag-out MMA style. He was cutting to the inside with no room. So some of this, like the portions of this course are a lot different, right? Like you have the infield section that's more moto, 2 or 3 car lengths wide. You also have the outfield section where it's more flowy, like where it's like, you know, turning left and right. Kind of, I don't want to say single track because it's a lot wider than that. But what kind of different driving styles would you use in those areas? You more aggressive or more smooth in different areas?
Probably out where it's got a few more turns left and right, probably setting up for the next turn rather than just focusing on that turn. You want to be set up for the next one and the next one after that.
Oh, so you're actually thinking like 2 or 3 turns ahead.
Yeah, so if you set up on the inside of the one, it might put you on the outside of the other, and you might want to be on the inside of that one overall.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We were actually talking with Travis Salee a little bit earlier, and he was talking about that as well, is like you can really try to have a photographic memory and not forget, or actually this was Braden Judge, and how not forget where you're at so that you can execute like what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it helps a lot, especially knowing.
Is that a hard thing to do?
I think it depends on really just your memory and how much you're paying attention, and I guess if you're a little bit further back and in the dust, it's probably harder to see the turn when you're going through it, so it might take a couple laps where if you're in clean air or a leader, you're going to have the track more memorized by the time you're on lap 2 or 3.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too, right? Because then, yeah, and the battles are going to be like, well, right there we just saw it. So he was following so close that he kind of missed his line, and it messed it up for a couple turns, right?
Yeah.
I don't know who that was, but let's go through the running order here real quick. So, Caden, you do the first one, I'll do the second one, you do the third one.
All right.
The bottom one here is expert, so let's start with Chase Mankin, and then we'll go to the top two.
All right, you got the 101 of Chase Mankin leading the expert class.
Yep, and then Brody Cox in second, number 276.
Mike Chobak in third, 92.
And let's see here, Phil Johnson, number 354, round out the top 4. And now we're going to go into the Outlaw Amateur class. All right, Caden.
Mark Hyman.
Yeah, Hyam, it looks like. Number 19, dude, that's my guy. So number 2. Or just in second place, David Holby, number 58.
Then third, you have Corey Williams, number 27.
Oh, it looks like we just had Corey Williams move up to second, though, dude. And Byron Mallory coming in at third now. All right, you go to the fourth place position.
David Hollaby.
Hollaby, yeah. Number 58. James Thomas, number 225.
In sixth place, we have Terry McBroom, 915.
And let's see here, 7th and 8th, we got Michael Bernstein, 295A, and then Brian Stevenson, number 1776. Man, there's a lot of guys out there on the course right now. Do you think that the course, let's see here, for the first guys like Chase Mankin, do you think they're going to get into lappers and stuff like that?
I'm not sure how long the race is, but I heard you say it's only about a mile.
I think it's 2.1 or 2.2 miles long is the whole race course.
Yeah, I think they'll probably maybe even top 4 might get into lappers, maybe more.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see because Chase Mankin hasn't really had to fight through that much dust. And you can see, like what you were talking about right here, Caden, is that driver really didn't have much to fight. Like he didn't have any dust like Chase Mankin here. He just got clear track, man. Clean air, like you said, is really, really going to be important.
Yeah.
Would you rather be the chaser or the chasee in that situation?
I mean, in that situation where you got a turbo behind you, I'd rather probably be the chaser. But either way, trying to hold someone off, I mean, but they'll probably end up moving further ahead because they're both pushing each other.
Yeah, well, you can see who was that in second? I forgot it was
Brody Cox.
Yeah, Brody Cox. He's pushing really hard. Like you can tell he's pushing his car like almost to the limit, right?
Yeah, and he might be a little trying to get past the NA. You don't want to get pass by an NA when you're running about twice the horsepower as well.
Yeah, that's true. But like the track lending itself to really even racing, right?
Yeah.
If you're in a position like what Brody Cox is in right now, as they come right in front of the booth here, do you try to get by as quickly as possible, or do you plan the move a little bit further in advance?
He looks like he's trying to get by him as soon as possible. I would probably, where it's corner to corner, the RS1 will get through the corners a little better. I would probably wait till maybe a more open straightaway and let the horsepower actually pull him by.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. And you can see right there the RS1 was able to get a little bit of a gap just going through those tight sections there. Now Chase is a little bit younger. If I was Brody, I would probably push him as hard as I could to see if I could push him into a mistake. But Chase is solid, man. He's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's used to having people behind him and leading up in front, so he's probably still comfortable running his own race, and it looks like he's doing a solid job.
Do you have, here we get the split lines. We'll see if the horsepower pays off a little bit. Would you elect to have a spotter? Somebody talking to you on the radio so that you can hear him and on the inside of the car and get a little bit of understanding what's going on?
Maybe on the infield let me know what's going on, but the whole race having someone talking in your ear, where it's this style of racing, I think I would rather just stay focused and not have any interruption, because first thing, my instinct when I hear a radio, most people let off the gas pedal.
I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and I would be the opposite. I would want somebody just telling me what's going on, because I would be able to focus on both of those things. So I guess it is, Brody Cox just gets up on two wheels. So that's exactly what we were talking about, too. Brody is driving fantastic, right? But he's going so aggressive and he's pushing so hard that he's lending himself to make those mistakes.
Yeah, he's definitely working hard to get around.
But it looks like he just wants to get around right away. I kind of feel like that would be my move too, but I would probably see if I could do something like plan it a little bit more like what you're talking about as well.
Yeah, if he wouldn't have had that mistake, he might have been able to get by him right there
down
on that
straightaway. Yeah, or push him a little bit, give him a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, maybe a little nudge too might add a little pressure going into the turn or something. And
here we go. You think he's going to make a run down this back straightaway? Yeah, it looks like he's trying. Use a little bit of that power. Great racing, man. That I don't like where he just followed there. That section is 3 cars wide. You could easily make a different choice to go around the outside, keep some more speed. But, dude, this is a great battle. Exactly what we thought was going to happen in this Outlaw Expert class. All right, how about this then? So if you're Brody Cox, oh, man, another two-wheel. If you're Brody Cox, where would you execute a pass?
I think I'd still try to maybe set up maybe 1 or 2 corners before one of those long straightaways and just make sure I'm on his bumper, and when I get to that corner, be set up 100% to run down that straight and try to get it on a straight.
And if you're Chase Mankin and you're trying to make sure that you keep the lead, are you making your car as wide as possible so that he can't get by?
Yeah, probably just try and take the best line and leave him either behind you or force him to take a slower line.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So choose the best line for you. I think that's great advice. Great advice for the people that are watching this race that maybe are thinking about coming out to the Outlaw Series West and racing side-by-sides with us. Yeah, let's actually talk about that as these guys battle. Do you remember some of the first times that you raced?
Yeah, it ended up just...
Oh, here we go. Just like you said, he tried to set it up, but Chase Mankin protected his lines.
Yeah, it looks like I gave him a nudge there.
Yeah.
The first 3 races I raced, I don't even think I finished practice. I was definitely a learning curve.
So you were pretty excited, I guess, huh?
Yeah, and we were going into it blind, no help from anyone, just pretty much rolling the dice and seeing what happened, and ended up learning a lot. And I think actually braking helps you learn more than just going out and racing.
Yeah.
Because you learn the weak spots and you learn your car a lot
what
too.
What not to do is what people say sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So in this situation when you're watching Chase and Brody, my suggestion to Brody would be to do what you said, to try to set it up a little bit more. Maybe go to the outside and then cut back to the inside, because it looks like he's choosing the preferred line instead of an alternative line.
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems like anything he can try and do to get by he's trying. A couple corners, he might have a little slower line, and it doesn't set him up as well for the next one.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think that both of the drivers are driving fantastic.
Yeah, they're doing really good.
Especially keeping the cars together when they're in such a heated battle and pushing the cars at 110% like they are.
Being Chase, I mean, he could go and try to play off the weather and maybe catch a couple of the big puddles and maybe try to get a little more.
Yeah, splash a little water in his goggles.
That's the hardest thing to drive through is once you're out of tear-offs and still got mud and your gloves soaking wet or muddy, trying to keep your visor clean is hard.
So how busy do you think these guys are in the cockpits right now?
I think they're all...
Oh, as Brody makes a little mistake. Yeah, how busy do you think they are in the cockpit? Like, how much energy are they using?
I think they're using about everything they have, really.
Yeah, this is about as max effort as it can possibly be in a race, right?
Yeah, and I think everyone on the track's probably putting in a ton of effort trying to get going. I don't know where the other class. It looks like Mark Hyam's still leading, but
it's because he's number 19. That's why it's my guy. But yeah, it is cool to see though, because this track really it keeps you busy. Like it keeps you real busy inside the car, right? And there's all kinds of different vehicles out here. You got we got a guy tipped over right here next to us. I don't know that we can get a camera angle on it, but it came through one of those inside corners and just rolled it over onto its side. So these guys are, like you said, Caden, these guys are pushing.
Yeah, looks like it might be getting a little bit rutted out too with the mud, or maybe sliding and sticking.
There we go. We got a good shot of it right now. The driver's safe. We got the safety crew out there helping them out. Man, these guys up front are still battling. So Brody and Chase are just going neck and neck. Oh, he's giving him some love, man.
Yeah.
So clearly Brody thinks he's got a faster pace.
Yeah, he does. He's had multiple mistakes and still right on him. I think if I was in Chase's point, I think I'd maybe let him by. Otherwise, it looks like he might be getting his car messed with if he keeps doing the same thing.
Well, and and I don't know if I would let him by, but it looks like a couple of times he didn't ride his perfect line. He pushed it a little bit too hard over that little sender going in that corner.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see how much pressure that Chase gets put on him.
Given the previous bumps, do you think maybe on the next one he'll get him a little harder in a corner and maybe force a mistake? Or
I don't know, because I don't know what type of driver Cox is. It looks like he's going pretty clean. It looks like he's just giving him a little bit of a love tap to let him know that he's there, maybe push him into a mistake.
Yeah. At the same time, Chase is just legit running his race and wanting him to actually outdrive him than letting him by.
And so that's why I was asking you if you have a spotter in your ear, right? Because I think Chase does, and I think it's his dad. So I think that he would probably be telling him, you know what, take a deep breath, calm down, and run your own race. Don't worry about the guy behind you.
Yeah, I think Chase is a little faster out. That was the last lap.
Yeah, so Chase Mankin brings home the win. And it looks like Cox is going to bring it home in second. So congratulations, Brody. You drove a fantastic race. That one mistake cost you, man. Phil Johnson going to bring home the podium spot in third. And Mike Chobak going to bring home fourth. All right, so there's still some battles out on track in the Outlaw Amateur class. Let's see here. Give some love to our guy. And
which one?
Our guy.
We got
Mark Hyman.
Mark Hyam still leading. Has he came across, or is he about to
No,
come
I think
across?
they're still out there battling. But, okay, so we got Mark Hyam in first, Corey Williams, number 27 in second, Byron Mowry, number 118 in third, David Holeby, James Thomas, Michael Bernstein, Brian Stevenson, and Terry McBroom. Man, that was a pretty intense race, dude.
Yeah, I was close the whole race.
All right, so if you're going to race a side-by-side out here, do you have a little bit better understanding of what you do?
Yeah, it still depends on the class, but yeah, I think
Actually, what class would you race? Would you race the Outlaw Pro class, the Turbo class, or would you race the normally aspirated Pro class?
I don't know. I guess it all depends. I think if just being new to the series, I think I would maybe start off in maybe the class that just ran the Outlaw Expert or something just to get a feel. I don't think I have the speed of the top competitors in the pro classes.
Yeah, so maybe just, or you could just come out here and practice since you live close, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just actually got a personal text message from the X-Travel guy saying that was a phenomenal race. It really was. Like, to see that the track's lending itself to those good battles is pretty cool. One thing I did notice, though, if I was some of those drivers or anybody that's watching the live feed at home, is I think I would do like what you said, Caden, and I think I would plan moves a little bit further in advance, because when you just dart to the inside, it didn't seem like it worked out that well for Brady. So maybe use your suggestion and plan it ahead.
Yeah, it seemed like he'd get in and get real close and maybe almost have it, but in the end it just slowed him down, so he'd lose his gap that he just regained.
So if you're going to give me advice and I need to plan it ahead and I don't really understand what you're saying, what do I do? Do I, in the laps before, do I see where I'm a little bit faster, see where I'm closing the gap, and then the next lap I can try to see if I can do that same thing and plan to pass?
Yeah, so it looked like Brody was a little faster on the infield than the back straights coming into the infield, and maybe I would try to either set up going down that back straight and maybe try to go like outside to in when Chase was going inside out or something. Just try to get him on some little thing, but reel him in and then plan your turn maybe the lap before where you're going to make the pass.
Right on. Well, look, we still have the guys that were pushing really hard, man. It was cool to see have you come in here and commentate on the race with us, man. It was pretty cool to get a racer's perspective. We do have race number 11. I don't know if you want to stay. It's the side-by-side pro stock class.
It's up to you.
Yeah, it would be kind of cool if you stayed.
Yeah, I can.
All right, so you're going to stay for this race. But I would like to talk with your co-driver for about 2 or 3 minutes while we get everybody staged up. Is that cool? Yeah. All right, so we're going to get the track cleared a little bit here, get these drivers safely back up and running, make sure that they are back getting their cars ready for the next race. As we have race number 11, side-by-side pro stock coming up. We got a ton of good drivers here. We'll tell you who's in this event, but first I'd like to introduce Caden Wells, sidekick extraordinaire. The most important part of his program. Emma Cornwell, what's up, dude?
Not much. Happy to be here talking with you.
Yeah, not really, but yes.
It's a little nerve-wracking for sure. Caden's usually the shy one, but I think he's probably going to do better at this than I will.
He did a fantastic job, and he's going to help call the pro stock race as well. So usually you're sitting in the passenger seat going God knows how fast in the desert in Baja, right? But what do you think about the racing that we're seeing so far at the Outlaw Series West?
It looks really fun. I would love to sit passenger, but I don't know. I know that's a weight issue. When we do like the infield stuff at whatever races we do, I always have fun. It's definitely more all up to Caden. Like I sit there, I can't really call much.
Do you ever have the ambition to take the steering wheel and race a race like this?
I don't think so. I'd be way too nervous.
Well, dude, did you see how tight that battle was in the last race?
I did.
That was pretty intense. Would you crack under the pressure?
I don't know. I've been an athlete my whole life, but this is something different. Like maybe if I grew up with racing, but
it'd be a little different. Yeah. It is kind of crazy, right? Because like the amount of pressure that a 13-year-old like Chase Bankin just received from Brody was pretty intense for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, and he didn't crack.
No, he didn't. And I think you were talking about it earlier. Like he was just racing his own race, and if he could keep the guy behind him out of his head, then it seems like he was doing a great job. Okay, so we just asked Caden the same question, and since you're the one in Caden's ear most of the time, giving him advice and, talking him through the race, would you have a spotter if you were racing a short course race like this? Because Caden said no, I would love to have one. I don't think I'd want one, actually.
You'd want to just keep it focused on what you got going?
Exactly. I don't think I'd want other people's opinions telling me to either push harder or take the turns differently. Maybe a little bit here and there, but I feel like it would get inside my head too much.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming in. What's the one thing that you want to say that you love most about racing in general?
Oh, geez. The adrenaline rush for sure.
Really?
Like that excitement at the end of it where it's like, oh my God, like I was so focused, but then you're done and you're like, yeah, I did it.
And then you get tacos.
Yeah, the tacos too.
But yeah, so these guys are just coming off their adrenaline high, Chase and Brody and all the other drivers that were out there. So, all right, well, we're going to introduce the side-by-side pro stock class. So we'll give the legend Caden Wells back the microphone. Thank you, Emma. All right, so side-by-side pro stock class. We got one of Caden's friends, actually, number 102, Caden McCachran, Las Vegas, Nevada. You probably like his name. He spells it a little different, though.
Yeah.
He's 20 years old, man. Youngster, barely been racing for a few years now. Actually brought his legendary dad out here so he could come check out some side-by-side racing. Let's see here. You want to read off Caden McCachran's sponsors? Because he's got a lot, dude.
Yeah, you got Players Factory Racing, BF Goodrich Tires, VP Racing Fuels, Fox Shocks, Patrick's Graphics, Weddle Industries, Holes Racing Products. Solid sponsors for sure.
Yeah, solid sponsors for sure. As you can see, the let me see here if I can change the camera angle here. Let me make sure I'm doing this properly. Nope, I didn't. Yep, there we go. I got it. Okay, cool. So you guys are going to have to look at our pretty faces until Josh gets back to do all of the camera switching. I think they're getting the drone charge back up again. We got number 35, Chris Johnson from El Cajon, California. And it's Polaris. San Diego, Protective Coatings, CST Tires, Polaris, Walker Evans, Visca Designs, GSP Performance, Alpine Stars, Benchmark Performance, Alltech Motorsports, Maxima Tire Blocks, Ogio, H&R Steel, Sparco 100%. Dude, lots of sponsors. All right. Who do we got next, Caden?
Number 77, Braden Baker. His sponsors are Polaris Racing, Queen Racing, BF Goodrich Tires, Cryo Heat, Sean Saxton, Bikeman, DynoJet, CMI, Motul, Elka Shocks, Roll Designs, Impact, PCI Radios, VP Racing Fuels, Method Race Wheels, RCV, PRP, and Maverick Powder. Another great list.
Yeah, man, he's got a ton of sponsors. All of these guys in the pro stock class. Let's see here. Number 95, May Spencer from Fremont, Utah. Sponsored by May Spencer. So I love that. All right. Our homie, dude.
Yeah, we got the 188 of Casey Sims, running GBC tires.
There we go. They're off. And it looks like Baker and Sims both getting really good starts. All right. Who's the sponsors?
GBC Tires, Elka Shocks, GSP, Rugged Radios, PRP, Jamar, Benchmark, Method, Super ATV.
Dude, tons of sponsors.
Yeah, Crow Safety, Crown, Energy Coil, Candle Motorsports, Tire Blocks, Oceanside Driveline, Maxima Race Team Sites, Dirt Rider Designs.
Dude, tons of sponsors, man. All right, and number 22, Cole Fike out of Fontana, California. Maxis Method Race Wheels, Gates, G-Force, Amsoil, Fike Motorsports, Tire Blocks, Elka, Dirt Ride Designs. All right, so let's let these guys come around for their first lap. Dude, these guys are pinned.
Yeah, they're on the gas for sure, and it looks like they're all RS1s in this one.
Yeah, a good choice on this course. We actually talked with, as we're going to wait till these guys come around in just a second here. Man, I feel like these guys are going to have the same thing that happened last race and just have some battles. But we talked with our buddy Paul Yaw, who's brought out a Pro R for Robert Stout to drive, which is a really cool thing to see the sport grow and have different vehicles. I think the car of choice for this first race is obviously a RS1, but it's cool to see that there's all kinds of different vehicles out here. All right, as they come through, it was number 22, but I'm assuming there's Cole Fike out front. Then it looked like Casey Sims in second. Oh, man, they are battling.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's Cole Fike out front. Oh, and then Sims looks like he's going around the outside.
Did he get him?
Yeah, it looks like Sims may have got him going around the outside. I'm not sure, though. Oh, yep.
It's like Braden Baker in third, and then Caden Mack fourth.
Some of these RS1s sound pretty healthy, too, man.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're going to have Casey Sims out front. I think Cole Fike is in second, Braden Baker in third. And you said it looked like Caden Mack in fourth?
Yeah, I think Caden Mack and then Chris Johnson maybe fifth.
There we go. Yeah, so Cole Fike, Casey Sims, Braden Baker, Caden Mack, and then Spencer May. So when you talked about earlier, you talked about the speed that they were going. I think they're clearly going really fast, but I think the aggression is a little bit of what separates these guys from maybe the amateurs.
Yeah, a lot of them are pushing a little bit harder through the dust and the battles. I mean, they're more used to being right neck and neck with each other in the corners and knowing what they're going to do.
So when you're in the pro class like these guys are, like let's just say Cole Fike and Casey Sims, when you're that aggressive, how much confidence do you have to have in your driving skills to be able to put yourself right next to somebody going full speed and not messing them up or not hitting them or having confidence in them as well?
I mean, there's a lot of confidence. I think they're all confident in themselves and their own driving. I think it's more or less like not knowing what the other person's going to do in the turn or what line choice, and that's when they sometimes can end up wrecking.
Yeah, or because they're pushed into a mistake. Okay, well, I'm not sure what happened, but it looks like actually, no, it's Casey Sims still out front, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Casey Sims still out front. Be nice to talk to him after this race, too, maybe before the side-by-side pro outlaw class comes on. But now it looks like they've separated themselves a little bit and are keeping it more consistent. So they're probably going to do that whole slow is fast thing and try to be smooth.
Yeah, do you know how long these races are?
I don't, actually.
Looked like they did about 4 laps at the last one, but...
Yeah, so let me... does that change the way that you're actually... 6 laps?
6 laps.
So does that change your strategy if you have to go 6 laps? Because 6 laps at about 4 minutes a lap, you're out there for 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the longer the race, I mean, this one's looks like it's 2 laps longer than the last one, so maybe being back or following a hair isn't as bad. Like, you're not needing to pass them right then. You still have 5 laps left or whatever.
So you can manage your time. That's actually a really good thing to talk about. So that could be a good thing or a bad thing, right? Like, managing your time might give the other driver the opportunity to drive away, but it also might give that driver an opportunity to break something.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to let the guy in front of you get out too far. You want to be right there, watch his lines, watch what he's doing, seeing where he pulls or where you gain on him, and then maybe the last 2 laps
if you're Cole Fike and you're seeing Casey Sims go through here, you're saying you go into a corner, you see him coming, exiting the corner, you gauge him, and then the next lap you see how far he is again?
Yeah, and then also, like, it looks like Casey's pulled a little bit. I don't know if Cole's made a mistake, but maybe trying to follow Casey's line exactly, because it looks like right now it's the fastest
so you can
line.
mimic it. Yeah, exactly. Well, I talked to Casey a little bit earlier today, and he was saying that this track really suits his driving style. He said you can be aggressive, you can push to the outside, you can switch up your lines, just like he did right there. A lot of guys were using the outside line earlier, and now he switched it up to the inside. So he's checking out the whole course.
So are they going to be running? It's a two moto race. Then they'll run twice, or is it just the one time?
That's a good question. I thought it was a 2 moto format, but I have heard a couple different things today about the racing tomorrow. So that's a good question that we should get answered. But man, I don't know that changes it, because I feel like these guys in the pro stock class are going to go balls to the wall no matter what.
Yeah, everyone wants to win on every race. They don't want to. I mean, you could settle for a second and know where you're faster, and maybe on the second moto go for the win and win it that way. But I mean, these guys all want to win each moto.
So it looks like Braden Baker might be moving up just a smidge on Cole Fike, and Casey Sims still pulling it out a little bit in front. What are some of the things that you would suggest to some of the newbies that may want to come out here and race? Or use me as an example. If I want to race out here and I just bring my 2-seat 1000 or I have a Turbo S or something, what are you going to suggest to me that I do? Like what kind of tires, like how I set up my suspension before I come out here as a beginner?
Really, what I would do is look at the winning cars and maybe see if you can get tips from them, or just look at the car and see what they've done.
So you're saying maybe come and check out a race before you actually come out and do the race?
Yeah, that, or if you don't have a car, maybe if someone's selling their car and it's a proven car, maybe get that car, and even if it is race ready, maybe take it apart and reassemble it and know exactly how the car works and what they did on setup, rather than
that's
just
a really good point, because then you can understand how to work on the car. So if Casey Sims is selling his race car, I should probably go ask him how much.
Yeah, for sure.
He's making it look pretty easy, I feel like.
Yeah, I think a lot of, like, any car in this class is probably, they're all competitive.
Yeah, totally. And I know a lot of these guys are actually running cars that are significantly older, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, actually.
Yeah, I think they're pretty new coming into the race, but the chassis, it could be fairly old.
I see what you're saying, because they replace parts and they refresh things before they come to the races. Man, Casey looks like he's really driving well. He drove really aggressive for the first lap. Kind of remind me of Ken Roxon-esque performance, where he really just wants to push to the front on the first lap, and then he can just dial it back in and settle into his pace.
Yeah, he looks really smooth, and he's just...
What, you see how calculated and nice and easy he was floating the car through that corner?
Yeah, it looks like he's just out now on not a cruise really, but just has his pace set and knows where he's going, knows his lines, and...
Just like we talked, he's got his flow going, right?
Yeah.
So Casey Sims comes over the finish line with just about 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go. It'll be interesting to see some of these lap times. Maybe I can get it from timing and scoring to see what the difference is between the top 3.
Yeah, I bet. It looks like they're just a few seconds apart, so between the 2 or 3 laps, they got to be pretty close times.
Yeah, and I can see what you're saying about if you were to come out here and race, like, this is a pretty tall order to go this fast right away, because these guys are really cruising pretty fast.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice and just knowing what the car will do and how to set it up and just getting comfortable with your car.
So we were talking about last race with the Outlaw amateurs and the expert classes about how busy you are in the cockpit. Do you think these guys are any busier? Do you guys think that some of these guys have a little bit different driving prowess so they can slow themselves down inside? Because when you look at Casey, it looks like he's really doing a lot of the stuff that you said. He's preparing for his entry of the corner. He's moving the steering wheel slowly. He's using his feet to control the car.
Yeah, I bet if you had an in-car GoPro, I think these guys would be maybe more controlled, having their wheel might move actually less.
Reacting slower. Yeah, just kind of letting the car flow and do what it needs to do. That's a really good point to bring up as well, because that creates a lot more longevity in all the equipment, right?
Yeah, for sure, and less fatigue as a driver if you're not spinning your wheel, trying to correct or overcorrect or whatever too.
So let's use your racing experience in the desert, like a score race, and kind of compare it back to back with this. It's a totally different form of racing, but a lot of the skill sets and a lot of the way that you drive the vehicles is the same.
Yeah, the cornering's all pretty much the same. I think we get a little bit bigger ruts and wider ruts because we have trucks on course and other stuff, but for the most part it's the same. I think it's more or less just your pace you're running and the longevity of the car and how it ends up going through the race.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask, is because these guys have a serious skill set that they're very, very good at, and you obviously do out in the desert as well, because you've I mean, how many times have you podiumed in Baja now? What was it, like 16 or 18 times or something?
Yeah, 16 times
That
in
is
a row.
insane, dude. And you're so young and you've already accomplished something like that. Like, that's a record that's going to be pretty hard to beat when you get a little bit older. But understanding that and like looking at this type of racing, like there's a lot of similarities and I feel like there's a lot of crossover.
Yeah, I haven't raced the short course for a while, but
seeing this probably makes you want to get out there, though. I know you, dude. You're competitive.
Yeah, it does, but I don't know.
You have to focus on what you're sponsored for. I get it, but it would be neat if we could convince your dad to get you an RS1 to come out here and shred with all the boys.
Yeah, I have an RS1. I don't know how competitive it would be. It's actually a desert RS1.
I think we know a guy, Casey Sims, and Casey Sims' dad could probably build you a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Get that thing all dialed in. Chris at Benchmark, I think, does a lot of tuning for those vehicles. So number 188, Casey Sims, bringing it around for another lap. Just hauling the mail, man. Looks like he's pulling away just a little bit. So if you're Casey Sims right now and you've pulled out this far, do you keep the same pace or do you kind of back it down maybe 5%?
I would.
Because he's still pushing, dude.
Yeah, he's pushing for sure. I wouldn't back down the pace because if he gets too comfortable, they might sneak up on him. But I would just make sure you're making make sure you're gonna make your turn and be still. Like, I don't know, like it only takes a couple seconds or a little bit too fast in the turn and you're on your side.
Yeah, that's a good point, or you lose focus, right? And the best time to be in focus is when you're going at the pace that you want to establish, right? So looks like the closest battle on the track is still with Cole Fike and Braden Baker. Braden Baker looks like he's making just a little bit of time. Maybe he's got a couple lines in the back or something that are a little bit better. But man, they're spaced out pretty far, pretty much the same as what they've been. Looks like they kind of yo-yo back and forth a little bit with Cole and Braden. If you're in Braden's position right now, what's the move? Is it just to kind of keep driving your own race and driving as smooth as possible to make up those quarter second here, quarter second there?
Yeah, I would be going for the pass for sure, because depending on how they run it, a third's going to be a little bit harder to
Oh, yeah, I see
make
what you're
the points
saying.
up,
Yeah, so
but
depending on the points, you need that second.
Yeah, the second.
Yeah.
Then he can just go for the win.
Man, look at how fast Casey came out of that turn. He was wooded coming out of there. Man, and his car handled pretty good over those whoops. There's that flow that we were talking about.
Yeah,
like
really
you can
smooth.
you can just see that like he didn't make a mistake. The car settled pretty good. He's got his suspension tuned up really well. He's really flowing with the course. Man, you haven't hit any big jumps lately. What do you think about hitting some big jumps like these guys are?
Yeah, I'm always down for a jump.
Gonna go full send on those step downs? There's some pretty cool step downs. Why we see Casey Sims just kind of, just like I keep saying, flowing around the track. What are some of the next things on your list for racing?
We'll be going to the Baja 400 at the beginning of the month and starting pre-run for that. And then maybe a Best in Desert race or Legacy race, and then the 1,000.
Just to kind of keep your skill set all tuned in?
Yeah. The seat time seems to be key for sure in racing.
Well, that's why I kept asking you if you want to get out here and run short course, because that's some pretty good seat time.
Yeah, I would if I have a car, but I don't think it'd be competitive here.
Looks like we got Caden McCachran cruising around, or going around this last corner. Caden McCachran is a fantastic driver as well. It's so awesome to see the level of competition and the skill set that these guys possess. Like, whenever I think about it, I think of how professional all these guys are at such young ages.
Yeah, and Caden Mack's been driving a truck down in Mexico as well, and some of the Legacy.
So he gets the opportunity to drive different vehicles, and he gets in the RS1. I like to call it like driving ambidextrous.
Yeah.
But he's a fantastic driver, man. And it's just like when it gets to that point, do you think it's a lot about setup?
Yeah, I think once he's comfortable in a vehicle, he just knows how to drive it, and I think he can hop in about anything and be competitive.
All right, so we still have Casey Sims out front, Cole Fike number 222 in second, Braden Baker in third, Caden McCackert fourth, Chris Johnson in fifth, and Spencer May rounding out the pro stock field. We have 2 more races left for you today. We have ATV Pro coming up next, race number 12. And then our final race of the day will be race number 13, the side-by-side Pro Outlaw class. I think that's going to be a fantastic race. I was just talking to Bo Judge, Braden Judge's father, a little bit earlier, and he was really excited for that class. Be interesting to compare the lap times between the Pro Stock class and the Pro Turbo class, or the Pro Outlaw class.
Yeah, I think on the tighter course, I think this class running right now, the Pro Stock, will be close on lap times for sure.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see what the track lends itself for. And the track is, I don't know what you want to say, shaping up, so to speak, where it's getting lines and it's really being able to drive the course all the way. You know, I was talking on some of the track preview that we did earlier that I feel like a lot of the guys are going to take the inside because they want it to be a shorter line, but there's some nice berms that you could carry a ton of speed and get massive, like slingshot coming out of those corners, coming down those straightaways.
Yeah, carrying your speed's probably a big factor at this one too.
And I feel like with the turbos, it's going to be even more of a factor because you're going to want to keep that turbo lag down. So if you carry your speed around the outside, you can keep those RPMs up.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we're going to be winding this race down. 5 laps in. Still got Casey Sims out front, Cole Fike in second, Braden Baker in third, Caden McCackert in fourth, Chris Johnson fifth, and Spencer May running out the Pro Stock class. Braden Baker still trying to give Cole Fike as much pressure as possible. What kind of tire choice do you think you'd use out here? Would you use an aggressive tire? Would you use more of a smaller tire, a larger tire?
I'd use a smaller tire for sure.
And when you say small, are you talking like a 28, a 27?
Probably about a 28. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a huge into setup type person. I know it's a big role for this type of racing. I'd probably do like a medium.
Yeah, something like well, in my case, I would probably use a Maxxis Saros or something like that in 28. I think they only go up to a 27 maybe, but something like that I think would be cool because it's a really predictable tire. Like I wouldn't want something that's really has tons and tons of grip or side bite because I want the car to be able to float around a little bit. All right, so we're getting some lap times coming in here. Thank you very much, Jessica, in timing and scoring. So the 188 of Casey Sims on lap 1 was a 3:58. The 222 of Cole Fike, lap 2 was a 4:03. So those are their fastest laps so far for these guys. And Braden Baker, lap 2 was his fastest lap at a 4:04. So that first lap from Casey Sims was the burner that got him the win because he was 6 seconds, 5 seconds. He was 5 seconds a lap faster than the second fastest lap during this moto, which is pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
So that burner lap was what got him to where he is right now. A good note to take for all the racers that are watching the live feed, right, is that if you can get all that aggression out on the first lap, it's going to give you a bigger advantage.
Yeah, get into that clean air. And
I guess that's exactly what you talked about, right? Like you talked about the clean air. I think that's really what's played out to be in Casey's favor this moto.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Cole's been in decent air, sitting right around Casey's dust, and then Baker and Caden Mack have been in dust the whole race.
It looks like Caden Mack is actually coming up and giving Braden some pressure now.
Oh.
Did he get up on 2 wheels?
Yeah, he's pushing him pretty hard.
So this is exactly what we were talking about the pressure, just kind of like last moto, right?
Yeah.
So Caden Mack has been eating dust this whole moto, unfortunately. Well, he's used to eating dust in the desert, right?
Yeah.
But he's been consistent. He puts it up on 2 wheels right as we say that, right? I don't want to give him the announcer's curse, but I like how he's taking different lines. He's still being aggressive, but he's still trying to stay consistent and make sure that, as he pushes it, I think that's going to end the race for him right there. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, but man, he was really cruising. So, his last lap, lap 5, Caden Mack almost tied Casey Sims with a 4-minute flat, so 2 seconds off the leader.
Right.
So it sounds like Caden Mack found a little bit of speed after he got a couple laps under his belt.
Yeah.
All you desert guys, it takes you so long to warm up, man.
Yeah, I know. After about 100 miles, we get in the groove. And
I know, right? So good job to Caden for getting warmed up so quickly, I guess, then, right?
Yeah.
It is pretty cool to see, though, the difference in driving styles and the agility and ability of all of these young drivers to be able to, I don't know, get out there and adjust so quickly. It takes me a little bit of time to get warmed up, too.
Yeah.
Qualifying was always my worst suit because I couldn't go out there and just knock it out as fast as possible. So Casey Sims looks like he's going to bring home the win. Now it looks like he's just kind of cruising. He's showing off now, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do after you get back from winning this moto if you're Casey? Do you make adjustments? Do you wash the car and eat a hamburger? Like, what's the...
Probably wash the car and check it out, and I don't know. I know everyone has their own thing, but sometimes when I have a good race and I'm happy with the car, and if
just
it is
leave
a
it and make
moto,
sure nothing's broke?
I'll clean it up, look at it, maybe change the belt on it, and run it again. But
there you go. Perfect example of what you were talking about before, setting up for those corners. He set up on the entry to that corner about 30 feet before, and it made the next 2 corners like a straight line. There he goes. Casey Sims bringing home the win. Congratulations, Casey. You very well deserved, man. You did a fantastic job. Looks like Cole Fike's probably going to bring home second. Braden Baker's going to bring home the podium spot in third. Caden Mack, dude, you pushed it really hard, buddy. So great driving. Oh, man, all the way to the end. Still pushing it. Caden Mack, don't give up, dude.
No, he keeps going.
That's awesome. And then Chris Johnson and Spencer May rounding it out. Dude, that was a pretty intense race.
Yeah, that was pretty good battling. They stayed pretty consistent the whole race.
All right, well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back.
Off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, 2-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air System. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
All right, welcome back. We have race number 12 out on course with the ATV Pro. These guys are just straight ripping. In the booth now, we have with us the winner of the side-by-side Pro Stock class, Casey Sims. Dude, you killed it, man.
Thank you.
Dude, there's so many Caden. Caden Wells is just sitting next to me. Caden Mack was out in your race, dude. But Sims, dude, you've crushed it.
Thank you.
You did really, really well. So that Pro Stock race was, Caden Wells and I were talking about it, was won pretty much on the first lap, in my opinion. You cut a 3-minute, 58-second lap time the first lap. The closest to match you was Caden McCachran on the 5th lap at 4 minutes flat. So you were still 2 seconds ahead of that, and then everybody else was 2 or 4 seconds behind that. So that aggression on the first lap was what really paid off. Is that what you planned the race to be?
Yeah, I wanted to get a little bit of a better start, but you know, I worked with what I got, and just kept pushing through the whole thing. And then once I got going, I just kind of never slowed down.
Yeah, you did a fantastic job, dude. So we talked a little bit about it before the race, and we talked about how the track lent itself to smooth driving and the flow, right?
Yeah.
As we're getting rainstorms coming in now.
Oh, God.
So you guys might see a couple different camera angles. Some of these guys are going to be changing things up here. There, we'll get that out on course as drivers line up for the Pro Outlaw class. We'll still continue the conversation with you guys on the live feed, but there is hail and rain coming down outside. So if we have to take off, we apologize, but let's give Casey Sims a little bit of love here, man. We talked about it before about the actual smoothness of driving. I feel like, and Caden Wells also agreed with me, that the race was won on the first lap, but you kept it super consistent for the rest of the moto.
Yeah. That's one thing I always try to do is if I got to push, I'll push, but as long as I can try to stay super consistent with my driving, then I feel good and happy. Ooh.
Thanks for your production help too, Casey Sims. Appreciate it. Sometimes it gets wild in the TV land, right? Well, you got to be thankful that you got off the track before it started pouring rain, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, so real quick, why we have these adverse rain conditions, we have the Pro Outlaw class coming up, the Turbo Boys, the big dogs.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like, how are you going to manage that if you were going to race that class? Because it's freaking pouring out.
I don't know.
It's wild, right?
Yeah. I would struggle a little bit. I don't like racing in the rain, but I've done it so many times that you
not
just
a big rain guy?
Yeah. I'm more of a perfect conditions, but I work with what I got to work with at the time. So
and you had some perfect conditions as well. So
definitely.
All right, so take us through your race a little bit in your perspective.
So right off the start, I didn't get a good jump, so I was right behind Cole Fike right off the start. So we kind of just, what I try to do is if I get in second, I try to just see how he's driving and where he's taking his corners, because usually that follows throughout the whole track. So I saw just how he was kind of letting the car go out wide, and I was keeping a tight corner.
Right.
And he just let a car go out wide, and I got him on an inside and just kind of hammered down and went for it.
You did a fantastic job. Yeah, Caden Wells and I were both talking about that. You weren't taking the same lines. You were planning your pass 2 or 3 corners in advance. You did a really good job with all that stuff. But the cars are also driven differently, right?
Yeah, definitely.
His setup may have been to keep momentum around the outside compared to yours. So it looks like you guys did a pretty good job. You and your dad, Jason, did a pretty good job picking the right setup for the first moto.
Yeah, definitely.
So when you were going through the battle, because you didn't get the whole shot, right?
Yeah, definitely.
You did or you didn't?
I did not get the whole shot.
So when you're going through that, what's the move? Is it like, dude, I got to be like Ken Roczen, super aggressive on the first lap, or what?
I try not to be super aggressive, because if you're too aggressive, you can mess up the car. You can hurt different things. Like, it's just, you don't want to be too aggressive. You want to learn where your opponent is going and see how he's driving. And then probably about the second lap, if you're still behind him, you can start driving super hard and aggressive and start putting the pressure on him.
So how does that work? Because Caden Wells and I were talking about this too, is do you put a lot of effort into understanding what the other drivers are doing so you can adjust?
A little bit. I don't put a ton of effort into it. I try to just drive how I drive and just kind of keep a steady momentum. But if I see I need to change my driving style to how they're doing it, I definitely will change to make the pass.
I feel like that's hard to be like that quick to adjust, but that's cool that you're doing it, man. Okay, so we have the Outlaw, side-by-side Outlaw class coming up, the Pro Outlaw class. Man, this is going to be a pretty good race. All right, they're already off. I know you got to get back to your pits and get all your stuff done. Caden Wells is going to come in here and help me announce this race. But good job, dude. You crushed it.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thanks, Casey.
Thank you.
All right, so we got the side-by-side Pro Outlaw class here. Bo Judge already out front. Looks like Sean Saxton in second. But let's give some love, or maybe that's Jeremiah Wagner. All right, so they just basically got free water from the track, dude.
Yeah.
This Utah weather's wild.
It's kind of nice, though.
Yeah, it is really nice. It just cooled it off about 10 degrees, too. Okay, so let's go through here and catch up a little bit. Bo Judge out front. So the whole shot continues to be one of the most important pieces of every race.
Yeah, it always helps to be first one on the track.
And Casey Sims we just had on, and he was talking about he didn't get the whole shot, but he was able to learn and do exactly what you said and execute on understanding what the driver's first lap was and then know where he's going and move around him. So these guys are probably going to be doing the same thing and letting the track come to them. So it looks like Jeremiah Wagner's in second. Bo Judge out front. Robert Stout looks like he's pulled up into third spot. Unless I missed somebody. Did I miss somebody? Oh, third spot. Then Ben Fournier rounding out fourth. And maybe that's Taylor Cox or Brody Cox in fifth there. Man, Bo looks like he's got some pretty good lines already.
Yeah, it looks like his car, he's setting up and for the rain and everything. Looks like he was prepared. Like he's sliding a little bit, but
dude, they got so lucky because it literally just poured enough to water the track.
Yeah.
Like it was perfect.
Yeah, I was looking at it, and it looks like a lot of the looser dirt is going to be really nice, but where the track had been blue grooved from before, it might be a little slippery.
Oh, really? So you're going to have to mind your P's and Q's inside the cockpit?
Yeah. I mean, it just depends on the corner.
And one of my buddies, Robert Stout, is driving the Pro R out there. This is their maiden voyage with that Pro R. That's a new car for them. We just interviewed Robert Stout and Paul Yaw talking about that build. To me, it's cool to see that the series allows different types of cars because you can see that they're all still really evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, it probably depends on the course, what car is going to be better or worse, depending on how the course is set
But that's
up.
every race, right?
Yeah,
that's desert
every
racing,
race.
that's short course races, motocross racing, all kinds of different things, right?
Yeah.
So right now you have a Can-Am X3. Thank you very much, Can-Am, for sponsoring the Outlaw Series. Then you have I think a Turbo S in second, and then you have a Pro R in third.
Yeah,
it's pretty rad to see.
Yeah, each one's a different car, and they're all doing pretty solid jobs right now.
So Bo has a lot of experience. In fact, his son Braden was already on the show today, and he talked about how much experience his dad has. It's cool to see that experience show so much right now, right? Robert Stout, unfortunately, he doesn't have as much experience, but you can tell that they're learning and they're trying to build that experience like what Bo has.
Yeah, he gets a lot of seat time. He's navigating for Phil, and I mean, he probably is one of the most people that get the most seat time out of any UTV racer.
Yeah, 100%. And Phil and Bo are really good friends. In fact, Phil just texted me and said, "When does Bo get out to race?" And I said, "Dude, he's on in like 5 or 10 minutes." So I guarantee Phil's watching. So hi, Phil. Pretty cool to see though that the lines are pretty similar to what Casey Sims and those guys were taking in the pro stock class.
Yeah, I mean, the track's got a few different lines and a couple of splits, but it seems like most of people are sticking to the main line right now.
Oh, we still got a puddle down there. That thing's not going to dry out very quickly with all this rain. So it still is raining a little bit out here in Cedar City, Utah for the Outlaw Series West, round number 1. Thank you very much, Caden Wells, for coming in and hanging out.
Yeah.
Does this class interest you more, or do you like the pro stock class better?
I don't know. It all depends. I like going faster, but at the same time, I like the reliability of the pro stock class. And
yep.
I mean, a lot of these guys are running big horsepower.
I always tell everybody I kind of like the pro stock class. I feel like they battle really hard, man.
Yeah, everyone's a little more limited. I'm sure these guys range quite a bit on horsepower and stuff in the stock class. I bet they're all within a few horsepower.
So Jeremiah Wagner looks like he's no slouch, man. He's still giving Bo Judge a run for his money. You can hear Jeremiah's car all the way across the track because that thing sounds like it has a lot of juice. I know that Josh over at Cryo Heat helps him out.
Yeah, I think it's for sure got a lot of juice. I don't know if that makes it harder to drive or not on this tight of a track. Like a more open track, it'd probably be a little more helpful, but this tight of a track, I think it's a handful.
Yeah, totally. All right, so we got our running order. Caden, you want to give it to us?
Yeah, we got Bo Judge leading, followed by Jeremiah Wagner in second, Taylor Cox, St. George local in third, and Robert Stout fourth, and Ben Fournier.
Yep.
Fournier in fifth.
Yeah, from Texas, man. He came out and he did a lot of help with setting up this series and this race, so thanks, Ben, for doing all that stuff as well. Robert Stout's getting used to it, man. He does all kinds of cool racing, though. He does racing in Stadium Super Trucks with Robbie Gordon. He does, I think it's Mazda MX-5 Speed Cup or something like that. And then he also is a Lucas Oil side-by-side Pro NA champ as well.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
Yeah. So he's got getting in as much driving time as possible. But he admitted today already that look at those battles. Ben Fournier just giving a little bit of love, but Robert admitted that this is something new to him, and he's getting used to it. So he's such a professional driver, though. Oh, and Ben blows out the turn. You think that's part of the course, or you think they're just pressuring each other?
Yeah, I think they're both just going for it, and with the rain that's been coming down, they're getting into a couple little more slick spots.
I really like the way that Pro R looks. They did a good job building that thing. But Bo Judge still holding it down in first. Jeremiah Wagner's in second. We'll see if we can get some lap times here in a little bit and understand a little bit about who's catching up and yo-yoing around the track. Some of these cars look really fast, like almost to the point where they're difficult to control.
Yeah, I think there's a few of them that are turned up quite a bit, and the ones that seem to be more under control, I think, are running more of a stock power and just putting the power to the ground rather than burning out everywhere.
So I don't know what any of these guys do to their cars, but it's cool to see. Bo obviously has his factory Can-Am program. Wagner and Saxton, both of those cars always sound so healthy, man, because they just sound like they're just tuned to perfection. So how much does timing affect you? Like, especially in this turbo class where you have the turbo lag and stuff like that, when they're landing off jumps or going into corners, are they trying to keep the momentum and keep the RPMs in a certain range?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I haven't drove a turbo a whole lot, but when I did drive a turbo, I tried to keep a little bit of throttle in through the turn, so there is still the boost is there when you hit it on the way out.
Yeah, so it's already past that lag range.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Whenever we drove the turbo cars, we always made sure that we had a quarter throttle of our foot in it, right?
Yeah.
All right, so far we had, if you had to take a guess who has the fastest lap of the day, between the Pro Stock class or the Pro Turbo class, the Pro Outlaw class, what would you assume?
With the rain and stuff, I might go with Casey Sims pulling the fastest lap, and then if not, I will take Bo Judge for fastest lap.
Okay, so both of your answers, that was a pretty good answer too, because you get them both right. But Bo still has the fastest lap by 2 seconds. So a 3:56 for Bo Judge so far is the fastest lap that we've seen. So clearly the track is coming to him and he's hauling the mail. He's pushing it really hard though too. You can see that he's really like.
Yeah, he's.
Man, they must be really pushing it. All right, so hit us with the running order again.
We got Bo Judge still leading, Jeremiah Wagner in second. It looks like he may have had a little hiccup or something and lost a little bit of time. And then we have Taylor Cox in third, Ben Fournier in fourth, Robert Stout in fifth, and Sean Zaxton in sixth.
Oh, I'm glad Sean is able to round his way around the course now. So what's the difference in driving styles then? Because we just had Casey Sims come on, and he was talking about what he thinks helped him the most in the race that he just won was being able to cut to the inside and use his momentum to, come out on the competition. This with Bo Judge, it looks like he's just really trying to keep momentum around the whole track.
Yeah, it really looks like he's flowing, and he grabbed the whole shot and running what he's running. Seems
but the
to
difference
be the
in driving styles, I feel like are they're totally different almost. Like just Bo obviously has more power, but he's really keeping a lot more momentum because he can't just dart around on like the small RS1.
Yeah, it looks like he's using the whole turn rather than using the inside
or squaring it up or whatever. Yeah, I agree with that.
And a lot more, I guess, sliding or drifting compared to the RS1s for sure. It looked like they were more like setting it up and shooting through it, where in these turns you can see he's almost like spinning around them and then powering out.
So I really like the way that they designed this car that they have. Do you know the guy who wrapped it?
Yeah, my brother wrapped it.
Did a pretty good job on it, right?
Yeah.
I really like the way that this car looks. It looks really good. It's unique, right?
Yeah, and I think it's built really well too and set up really well.
Yeah. So Corbin Wells, your brother, wrapped it. That's pretty cool that he did that, man.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job, and
thanks for letting me borrow space at Corbin's shop to keep our Razor over there too.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a little bit more rain coming down. As you can see, the track is still getting a little bit slick here. I think, thank goodness, it didn't happen before the guys on dirt bikes, and better to happen with the side-by-sides, so super cool. But Mother Nature might just give us, we still have the production guys launching drones in the air for all this stuff. So just making sure we do everything to give you guys the best live feed possible. In fact, let's go and thank some of our sponsors from the for the live feed and for the the Outlaw Series West. So first of all, thank you very much to the guys at Can-Am and RedBull for being part of the series. We've already thanked Maxxis a bunch, but these guys have been helping all day, and they're probably going to get even more questions after this rain on which tires to select. So thank you to all the guys at Maxxis for being there for all the competitors and for everybody to give advice and obviously even sell tires. Thanks to Linda Mood. Thanks to S3's Power Sports. Thanks to PPEI, Renegade Fuels, Liquid Moly, Double E Racing, Progressive Power Sports, Louisiana Direct Auto, Max Performance, Ultimax, Crown Construction, UTV Race Shop, Hess Motorsports, PCI Radios, Graphics Guys, MRT, G3, Tech Sierra Tech, Dinger Excavating, and thank you very much to the guys at Shock Therapy for bringing you this live feed. We always appreciate everybody's support, and thank you to everybody for watching too. It's been a pretty good day so far. What a way to end up with the day, just getting water on the track, and man, These guys are having to fight for it a little bit. I don't think that anybody's going to get a faster lap than was already done.
Yeah, I think from here it's pretty much focusing on not spinning out. It looks like a couple of them are getting a little wide in the corners and sideways. But
yeah, I feel like now it's just managing the course, right?
Yeah.
When you go into like races like Baja and stuff like that, do you have to do that as well? Are there different adverse weather conditions?
Most of the time in Baja, it's usually pretty dry. There's been a few races in the States where it's been wet, but with pre-running and stuff down in Mexico, you pretty much know your course and what you're going to run and how you're going to run it compared to this, but there is some changes sometimes.
So it looks like they're just going to probably circulate around the course, try to stay in the main line, make sure that they don't make any mistakes. Oh, man, Robert Stout looks like he had to pull off the course. Bummer, but I know that they'll get that thing fixed up quickly and out for the next race. The safety crew will get to Robert Stout in just a little bit, get him off course. Really cool to see, though, that the stock class can be so close.
Yeah, it's actually surprising sometimes, and like I think this course favors the stock class.
Do you know, like on a just as on a level, like are the turbo cars compared to the RS ones like 20% more horsepower, 30% more?
I think the turbo cars are, I don't know, like to the wheels, but I think they're like right around 200, and then the RS ones, I don't know what the rules are. I have an RS1 motor in my car, and it's 78 to the wheels. So I don't know.
It's a very significant. So it's
that was crank on the turbo.
Okay,
I think,
gotcha.
And then 78 on the wheels. So
it could be up to 50% difference.
Yeah, it's probably, I bet maybe like 40% more.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's crazy to even think about that, right? But it's cool to see that those cars can be so competitive with just the way that they set them up. We just saw that the guys got off the track, went to the podium, got weighed, and got all their tech stuff done. They're doing it real good out here for the Outlaw Series West.
Yeah, it seems like they're making sure everyone's legal and everyone's fair and keeping the competition a little bit tighter than others.
So Jeremiah Wagner, on lap number 1, he had a 3:58, so he tied Casey Sims. But it looks like Bo Judge is still on lap 2. He kept it really consistent and still did a 3:56. And number 149 is Taylor Cox. Yeah, he's from down by you too, right?
Yeah.
On lap 1 with a 4:03. So those are the fastest laps so far today. And I don't think we're going to get any faster than that. So tomorrow we have a bunch more racing for you. We got a lot of other classes that we're going to bring to you as well. So please join us tomorrow. After this race concludes, we are going to go do, or try to do, some live podium speeches and talk to these guys about how they felt about the day, about the racing, and maybe just everything in general. The other races that have happened. I appreciate you lending all your race knowledge too, Caden. It was awesome to have you come down and hang out.
No problem. Is this one a 6-lap race as well?
Yeah, it looks like it. 7.
7 laps?
No. 6 laps, you're right. Yeah, so 6 laps for this race. And it doesn't look like the rain really did anything but just get the track like perfectly watered. Like it didn't create any more puddles or anything. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Look at those beautiful views, dude. Who's the one that called it before? Did you say that you saw the weather in the background?
Oh, no,
yeah, somebody did on the feed before. They called it, man.
It's been raining here almost every single night. It won't even show it on the forecast, but it rolls in and hits us for a good hour or two.
What just happened?
Yeah, it's been
because
doing
those
that.
were pretty big hail blocks or whatever they were.
Yeah, it's quick floods, and then it's done and good the next day, and then the next afternoon it's done at for probably about 2 weeks now here in southern Utah.
Really?
Yeah.
Do they call it monsoons like they do in Arizona?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I love it, dude. It's super cool. And it's even better to see because all of the stuff in the background. Like, I mean, that beautiful landscape doesn't get any prettier than when it rains. So, yeah, so it looks like we got 1 or 2 more laps for Bo Judge. Man, pretty much right now, yeah, white flag lap. Pretty crazy to see, like, he's still turning some pretty fast laps, but he's basically out on a Sunday cruise now.
Yeah, I think he's just got it dialed in and just trying to make it to the finish without having any issues.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to save a car as well, too. And Phil Blurton will probably be watching him at home from the live feed. Robert Van Beekum just chimed in saying, come on, guys, simple math, 100% more horsepower. Well, we'd like to think that, right?
Yeah.
Robert Van Beekum's a big horsepower guy, that's why.
Yeah. He needs to come back to the NA class again.
That would be pretty cool, right?
Yeah, he was a good runner then.
Robert Van Beekum wants to do short course. That he probably does, actually. This would be a perfect place for you to excel, Robert, too. Bring the whole family out here. You can bring Ryder, your son. Come shred, too. So overall, have you talked to any of the other drivers to get a feel for how they like the track and the facility?
I haven't. I talked to one of the moto guys, and that's about it.
So I've been able to talk to quite a few people, and they've all said that they really, really like the layout of the track, how it flows. And I think 3 or 4 people actually said the same thing. We like how it flows. Maybe we should get you a sight lap, and we'll go out there and cruise it. That way you can check out the whole track.
That'd be cool.
There was a few parts of the track that were actually pretty rough. Do you prefer a smoother prep track, or do you like the rougher the better?
It all depends. If it's rough and works in my favor, I always like that. But
yeah, totally. I'm a big the rougher the better track, man. The more you can make it diverse or adverse, the better it is for a guy like me to race. All right, so Bo Judge, he's going to bring it home here. It looks like this is probably his final lap. He's still pushing it, dude. I guess this goes back to what you were saying before, though, about not losing your focus, just keeping it at the same pace that you were driving before.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if you're not getting sketchy and keeping it solid, I don't see why not run that pace.
Yeah, exactly. Man, he's coming close to those edges of those berms, though, right?
Yeah, he's using the whole track.
You know what I feel like we should do one of these days is just only allow 2-wheel drive.
That would be crazy.
I think that would be so much fun, man. All right, so it looks like Bo Judge is going to bring home this win pretty easily. Jeremiah Wagner, no slouch, though. These guys are turning some fast laps. Again, so the fastest lap before this Pro Outlaw class came was with the 3:58 from Casey Sims, your winner of your Pro Stock class. But Bo Judge decides to one-up him and beat him on lap 2. He did a 3:56 lap in the side-by-side Pro Outlaw class. All right, so if you had to guess right now, where's your lap time at after you go out there? Mine's probably going to be like 5 minutes, 69 seconds.
That's probably about the same. If I actually had to guess, I'd probably go with like a 4:05 to 4:10.
Yeah. So you bet that'd be pushing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Robert Van Beekum says, see you guys at the last 2 rounds. All right, Robert, that'll be awesome, man. We can't wait to see you come out here. That'll be cool to have you and the family out here. Yeah, look at Bo is still pushing it, man. He really is. Like, he was on the gas all the way up that jump and everything. Again, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, Can-Am and RedBull, for being such a big part of the Outlaw Series and the Outlaw Series West now that we have it out here on the West Coast. They still help with the Texas Outlaw Series as well, but it's cool to have it on both portions of the country. Thank you to the guys at Outlaw TV Productions for giving us this live feed, brought to you by Shock Therapy. It's really cool to be able to share this with you guys while you're sitting at home. Guys like Robert Van Beekom watching, keeping up on this competition, supporting Robert Stout and Paul Yaw and all of their team. Man, so you're right. Like, a lot of these guys were pushing it really hard, and it seems like they're all, like, not all of them, but a few of them are having issues now.
Yeah.
And Bo Judge coming across the finish for the win, man. Well deserved. He was sliding after he crosses the finish. Jeremiah Wagner looks like he's going to come across in second. Taylor Cox in third. Ben Fournier fourth. Sean Saxton and Robert Stout round out the rest of the field. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we're going to head down to the podium so that we can try to get some podium interviews, and we will see you guys in just a second.
Off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air System. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air System. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Dude, what a great day of racing out here at the Outlaw Series West, presented by Can-Am and RedBull. We had a fantastic time. There was all kinds of things that happened. We had adverse weather conditions. We had insane battles. So congratulations to all of our racers. Tomorrow we're going to try to see if we get some podium interviews for you guys. And also we have different motos going on. So you're going to see some different racers, your favorite racers racing. Man, it was just a good day all around. So congratulations to all the winners. Thank you to Outlaw Productions TV crew for all of their support. And obviously to the Outlaw Series for putting on a great event for all of us. We will see you guys tomorrow.